Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope you had a good, can't speak. Hope you had a good weekend as well. If everyone would like to line up and take turns punching me in the stomach so it starts behaving, that would be excellent. I would appreciate all of you. Would really make my day. But until then, how we doing? Control, Priz, Foster, Scroll, Reckless Monster. Anyone else who might be lurking about. Um, Dex, how are you? Redux hotfix dropped yesterday, and we can take a look at the notes. Here. So 1.06, preparing for the upcoming fight. So a lot of prep for next major content update, which is cool. Love to hear that. Outside of that, I'm going to thank you for helping team understand why Hourglass needed fixes. I mean, it's a bunch of people had stuff to say about it, but I'm happy to say my piece. Hey Moo, you got what's the thing called? The Zelda thing? Is it mobile game? Um, yeah. So Wastard got a health buff, which is great. Hopefully, we won't literally one-shot this boss anymore. Um, Acid Rain got a buff. It's interesting. It felt very underwhelming. So depending on what this buff is, this could be a new staple. Possibly. Increased recharge delay at Agony. This is good because this means that the Agony is going to be more usable on multi-class combos that don't have the ability to keep the shield depleted easier. So Berserker and Spell Shot get the most value out of Agony before this change. Post this change, it should be a little easier for other classes to get that value. Wastard is indeed a boss again. Pog. Hey Nefsy, how are you? Hey, loading screen. Surprisingly enjoying it. Hey, that's good. Didn't think I was gonna like it. I'm very surprised. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying. I'm glad you're enjoying. Reduce the world drop rate for pearlescence while not too out of control. Over the past few weeks, teams seem a large I can't speak. Why can't I speak today? Large amount of pearlescence world dropping is not how we want pearls to sit in the balance, and as such, they've been adjusted. You know, fair enough. Fair enough. I have personally seen massively more world drop pearls than dedicated drop pearls. They've already upped the dedi rates once, so this makes sense to do. Fix a bug causing shaped hourglass to apply weapon damage buffs to incorrect damage sources. So, depending on how exactly they did this, this could function in a way that it's almost certainly going to act as a nerf. But this means that slot might be competitive again. It'll require some testing and stuff. Well, the crafting system is going to be boring, but this is going to get very cursed. I saw some people making dicks and stuff with the system on Twitter. So clearly, it's a good system. Like that's a baseline requirement of a crafting system. Are you able to make giant cocks? Additive to ring gun damage? Cool. Yeah, that's what I suspected they would do. Reason for that being that still makes it good for gun builds, not nearly as good as it was. Still good though. And it functions as a nerf to gun dot builds, which are still overperforming compared to gun builds. So it works out. Hey Vapor, how are you? It's Medazra. Fix a bug causing Blight Caller to roll at higher priority than other classes on items. I didn't know this was an issue, but okay. Fair enough. And then fix the bug causing stab match not gain bonuses from melee damage. For real this time. For real this time. And then they got a note here, content update 1 right around the corner, get ready to fight. There's no release date, but the current plan is for it to drop at the end of the month, so that's only 2 weeks away. That's pretty cool. Support page launching with the content update. So anyone who wants to support the team from a financial perspective, we'll have a link for that. It's purely optional. Won't grant access to any exclusivities. It's just common thing for both content creators and modders to have that option to support them. You know, and think of it as supporting your favorite artists and stuff like that. And you could pick an individual member if you'd like as well. Yeah, we got the 1 month anniversary. They broke 18,000 downloads. The mod's been fun. Mod's been fun. I'm very excited to see where it goes. Updates and story quests, new areas. Story quests are not a thing that can be done, or new areas. This is a mod. Updates as in additional enemies, new types of Chaos Chamber runs, reworked bosses, reworked items, reworked skills, new items, you know, that sort of stuff. Super high for a content update. Me too. Me too. It was a bit like Wind Waker and Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild Engine. I'm not a Zelda dude, so whoosh. But I'm glad you're having fun. Okay. So yeah, Hourglass should just be regular gun damage now. Which, still good. Less good, but still good. I'm thinking if this changes what I prioritize for this slot at all. I probably still just run Hourglass. Maybe I run Divine Protection. Gotta admit the Nintendo voucher system is nice. I'm unfamiliar, Ken. I'm unfamiliar. Hey, Onyx. It's new in the hotfix. I just did a breakdown. Like, I just closed the screen, but you can do exclamation point Redux hotfix if you'd like to read through the notes. It's only a few changes, but it's some cool stuff. Got 2 games, Tears of the Kingdom and Metroid Dread for $100 when they would have been $130. Hey, that's nice. Man, Metroid Dread is such a good game. Well, it's been about 4 months since I brought it up, but Metroid Dread is such a good game. There's just something really not cool about Jedi Fallen Order a while back on Steam. Played about half of it, decided to finish it this weekend, went to launch the game. New EA launcher doesn't recognize that I own the game at all. I hate that the EA app is, like, a thing. Like, it only really replaced Origin, but, like, for example, you can't play Jedi Survivor if you're unable to sign in through the EA app, which means I can't play my single player game, or at least I can't launch my single player game without an internet connection. Just ugh. Ugh. So what we need to get from the bunnies, still want to get some rings that could support the Red Hellion, but because Stab-O-Matic, we might actually be able to finally do that Stab-O-Matic stuff that I've been wanting to explore. So we can dig into that as well. So we need shotgun rings. Preferably Hyperia's shotgun rings. Hey, Brit, how are you? Is that a butcher? No, this is the Red Hellion. It sounds and looks like a butcher. but it doesn't have the sustain forever bit. That's decent damage. How is... I definitely notice not having hourglass equipped at all. Which is something I wanted to compare against having access to the all damage stat, because currently on my gear I don't have this stat anywhere else. So this functions as like a 20% mult. Because the only time I get other sources of it is when I'm standing in my sigil. If I'm not in my sigil, this is just a fresh 20% mult. And Hourglass kind of worked out to be that kind of, but better, for guns only. So that just kind of confirms how it used to work. Let's see how it does work. Do I happen to have one with all damage on it? Yeah, the Frost one. Let's try that. Hey, Cheese, thank you for the 34 months. Time is crazy. Thank you, thank you. Load up my game, only discovered 2 pros missing. 1 equip, 1 backpack. Yeah, I've had that happen to me a couple times as well. I recommend backing up your saves often, and yeah, if you have any sort of cloud saving, always disable that.
Quag SIR.
Quag SIR. Thank you again, Cheese. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, there are saves out there with pros, so you can reclaim from those. Fortunately, like, that's always going to be relevant, because since it's a PC-only mod, we can just do that. Always on DRM as plague. Yup. Yep. I'm very curious to see how 2023 affects perception of online-only gaming. For, you know, games that aren't esports focused. Like, I always hated that Diablo 3 was online only, but I coped. Diablo 4 online only. Let's hope I'm able to cope there. But we have the massive pushback to things like Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. Been delayed like 3 times now. We had Destiny succeeding in spite of the online stuff, not because of it. And then in 2022 alone, the number of live service games that ended support, or had their support canceled, or that flopped completely, is a big number. It's a big number. Someone who loses a remnant save once a month, it's a lifesaver for any game. Yeah. Riz is definitely knowledgeable about the wonders of file history. Holy damage. Pretty good. Add fluffed launchers like Outriders to live service. Yeah, yeah. Makes it morally justifiable to mod and fire games that are no longer online. I'd say if there's no way of you accessing a game at all that you want to play, yeah. Like if Godfall was to go down, like Godfall servers or to take those down, I would totally like seek out an emulator to just be able to play that because I love that game, and one day it's not going to be available because it's going to be determined not to be worth the resources because it's not popular. These are good stats for an Elder Wyvern's Ring. I'm just like, I like Godfall, it's popular with me. Yeah, like me too. It's a good game. It's just one of those, people did not flock back for the post-launch support. And the post-launch support is what turned it from an okay game to a good game. Like, imagine if Borderlands, not talking all lands games, so not including this one, but imagine if Borderlands did not have the massive amount of franchise loyalty it had from the fans. Every Borderlands release would bomb because they always have a bunch of shit they have to fix early. Every single game, all of them. No exceptions. This isn't a question of which one your favorite is. They all have bad launches. Now, if people weren't aware of the fact that those things get fixed and that it'll get to a point where they want it to be later, then people would not check back in for changes made later. So we wouldn't get to see the, good stuff. Now, ideally, you just ship a game that doesn't need that stuff, but that's not how it works. It's not that simple. This is health bug, but I figure I'll loot this room first. I don't know if I can understand the thought process on a single player game needing internet. I don't know why any game that is not purely online PvP needs a connection. I had this discussion a few times. Some people like to think that it would stop things like save editing of items. It doesn't. I'll tell you flat out, it doesn't. You can't stop that shit. There is always another way. Memory editing can be done in every game that exists. And memory editing is literally what we did before PL3 save editing was as easy as it's become. It's literally what we used. So, like, it wouldn't stop that. What would it do, then? What are the benefits of forcing people to have an internet connection for a game that they don't intend to do anything that requires an internet connection in? Are there any pros? Kevin, I just gave you food and water. You don't need anything. You're just being a Kevin. Also didn't use the online mail system, BL3 yourself. Modded stuff. No, modded stuff is not... I don't use modded stuff. I hate that people... The vast majority of people who save edit items, in lands games in particular, just give themselves legitimate roles of things because the farming systems suck. The loot system of lands games, BL3 onwards, sucks. It is trash. It is not conducive to people who actually want to use the items, or test interactions, or test builds. Modded item is the term that most people will use for, hey Waster, we can test his new health values, is the term that most people will use for items that people slap parts they can't get. Like, people will make an infinity ogre complex route or some dumb shit like that. That's different. That shit sucks, and people are right to dislike that. But another thing people need to understand is that those items have been a problem in these games since 2009. Since the first Borderlands game. Before the mail system, before crossplay. On console, people were doing that in 2009. You cannot stop it. It is not a product of any of these things people have been blaming. You can't. Online only doesn't stop it. Sometimes people like to point to Diablo, and Diablo has had that problem as well. Diablo 3 has had the gear problem. Just Blizzard very aggressively uses moderation. And people don't like rebuying the game to assign it to a fresh account every time they get caught. Climbing skills, yeah, he's being a Kevin. I keep seeing people that said they bought No Man's Sky and released, never checked back in because they didn't like the initial launch. Thankfully for the game, it got new players after all the patches and content they added. Yeah, No Man's Sky and Fallout 76 are two of the biggest examples of post-launch glow-ups that there's a lot of people that are never going to check back. Even if what the new version of the game is exactly what they wanted from day one. It doesn't cross their minds. Then there's a reason for how, online isn't more secure. Well, the way the self-mailing thing works, Onyx, is just used a save editor to create an item, and then took the code of that item, and then I plopped it in the hotfix injector, which has a send mail feature. So I just used two different third-party tools to quickly get myself items for testing and crafting and stuff. I only ever made 2 modded items there by accident because I mixed 2 annoyance. Yeah. Anyone who followed the cheating scandal that happened a few months ago in Tarkov got a rude awakening about how pervasive cheat injections are. It's way more common than anybody thinks it is. It is outright widespread. And the thing with that is, sure, when an issue is widespread, that's maybe the kind of situation where you want to take action. But if the action you have to take doesn't solve the issue, but then makes life harder for a separate group of people, is it worth taking? Or do you rather take a different approach and try to solve the underlying causes of why people are doing the thing you don't want them to do? And before I make this analogy, I want to get everyone on the same page that obviously video games are not as serious as other topics, but it's like banning homelessness. What does that do? Does that stop it from happening? Like, stealing is illegal, but people who are starving still do it because sometimes they fucking would like to eat. Like, maybe give people some food. Make them not hungry and they won't do it. Obviously, the severity of that stuff is very different than video game stuff. It's just an analogy. Gotta underline that. People got caught cheating on CS:GO, land tourneys. It's insane how skilled those guys can be. It's not something you can cover for. It is genuinely not something you can hope to reasonably, completely eradicate. People will always find a way. Hey, he has health. Now, he's still mechanically a joke, but he has enough health with the bird spawn. I think this is the first time I've seen the bird spawn in Redux. In Indiana, there's a law that says you have to have at least $1 in your person at all times. Yeah, like, what the fuck kind of dumb shit is that? Like, that's the kind of thing only someone who has never had $0 to their name could come up with. I've had $0 to my name. Broke that law most of my life in that state. Yeah, that's a law that is morally correct to break. How you doing, Pericles? I think Valorant devs made a program that opened when you started your PC because cheating in that game became a big problem. Yeah, so the Valorant thing became this very big controversy because when you're doing anti-cheat like a kernel level like that, it's really invasive and like it doesn't go away when you close the game or anything. It's just because you want to play Valorant, you now just have this thing that's always running on your PC. And a lot of people don't like that. Like, it's very invasive. It gets into this whole ethics thing, this whole privacy thing. It was a whole thing. And that functionally turns off more people total than it helps. Talking about cheats. We're just this is a branch of the, you know, what does online only do for games in general, industry wide, in 2023. We're talking about how one of the reasons people like the idea of online only is to better control things like save edited gear and cheating in general. But we're highlighting how that's not even what would happen. You would have to get very, very invasive with your anti-cheat tech, stuff like what Valorant did, and then that proves to be very controversial. So what you end up actually doing is just creating new problems for people who weren't doing anything at all, and it has absolutely no effect on anyone else who's really committed to bypassing the systems. You simply just turn off more consumers when the option is right there of, instead of having that conversation about, man, I wish other people couldn't make this thing easier, how about instead of that we have the conversation, hey, maybe we should address why other people feel the need to bypass this particular system. It's like dashboard farming in BL2. Extremely common practice. Any BL2 gamers in here? Anyone play BL2 in the last week and not dashboard farm an item? Going into BL3, they made dashboard farming massively more difficult. To the point where on Xbox, you just can't acquire certain items more than once per character ever. You need someone to trade with you, or you need to start an entirely new character and do a full playthrough to that point again. Dashboard and read-only farming are some of the most common farms in BL2. Yeah, and those are save editing. It is save editing. That's what it is. So, like, removing things like that. Like, tell me dashboard farming needs to go without resolving the underlying issue of why people do it. Like, what if someone wants Sandhawk of a particular element? You're gonna have them do another Scarlet DLC playthrough for every attempt for just the element, much less the accessory and, you know, the grip and stuff. No, what you do is you make it so you can actually get the item, and then you leave the other shit alone. That's it. That's all you do. You don't end up with a situation like the BL3 Becca, which is completely unfarmable if you're on the Xbox. You literally need to roll a new character. There's no other way to get it. What do you think about a season pass model for LANs games? I think that the idea of pseudo live support, like in BL3's content cycle, works very well, where they regularly had new major events, new mini events as well. If vault cards had been introduced sooner in the game's lifetime, it would have felt even more live service-y without any of the downsides. Like, imagine if we had gotten the vault card system in DLC 2, and we had gotten a new card with each DLC as well. So instead of 3 vault cards, we have, like, 7. Like, look at all the different stuff BL3 got in 2 years. Just 2 years. We got our 6 DLCs, including 3 vault cards. Now, technically, the 3rd vault card came out at the 2 years and 2 months window mark, but, like, fuck you. Like, all that, and that's without having to be a live service. It's without requiring a connection beyond hotfixes, which was already fucking annoying enough with how different these games, Wonderlands and BL3, have been in times where the hotfixes are piled up. Like, for a long time, the Malawan pistol buff that they did in September of 2019 was a hotfix, and it wasn't patched in. So for, like, months, if you didn't have an internet connection, Malawan pistols were just mostly useless to you. Even down the line as far as, like, post-DLC 1. So even something minor like that sucked. But outside of that, you didn't miss out on things the same way. Quaggy? Moo. Getting each element Sandhawk with a flying prefix for bullet speed is basically impossible. I think I did 1,000 runs and only got 1. I spent several hours, summer of 2019, dashboard farming Sandhawks on PS4. And for anyone who's done that, it is a very long cycle per run. Is it weird I want a sandbox-style Borderlands game? No, it's something I've seen a lot of people ask for. And I think it's something that could be good, but, like, I think the best thing to point to for why that requires caution is Fallout 76. On paper, the idea of a Fallout, like, multiplayer experience like that, with a a persistent world that other players can affect, etc., etc. It doesn't sound bad, right? But like we saw what 76 was when it launched. It was a train wreck. So it's an idea that would just require a lot of caution. Kind of bored of the same Borderlands content. I think a lot of people are. I think a lot of people are. I don't think you're alone there. Every time I see a blight collar off class item, I go fix didn't work. I mean, I didn't notice there was a waiting problem at all. Doing new things is surprisingly hard to get right. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Onyx. It is very much... It's one of those situations where it's really easy to identify, like, problems. Or throw out accusations of problems without substantiating them or providing solutions. Providing solutions is fucking difficult, much less implementing solutions is another tier of that. So you have noticing problems, offering solutions, offering feasible solutions, fixing the problem. it's a staircase of shit. So a lot of the stuff we discuss is like, yeah, genius, good job noticing, but like, what can be done about it? And then a lot of these things, you know, I don't have an answer for. I just talk a lot. If it was the BO3 part system, even with BO3's increased drop rates, most items would be 15 to 30 versus BO2 being 5 to 10. It'd be a nightmare. Absolutely. If you had a team gave a shit, livable wages, accountability, we'd have one. Still no. Because that team would still have bosses to answer to. And those bosses would have shareholders to answer to. And then you've got publisher involvement. And then you've got the current market state of the games industry as a whole, be it whatever console issues are happening. How the gaming community, how consumers feel about models like online only. Is your game online only or not? Is your game live service? Like, if you're making a looter, what are you going to do to distinguish yourself from other looters? Looter shooters is a fucking dry-ass genre. There's not very many that release, period. And sometimes you'll see periods of time where a certain genre really blows up. Like, Battle Royales were very popular for a while. Not a lot of new BRs releasing. So even if someone released a really good BR right now, fewer people would care. So do you put resources towards doing really good features that all BRs should have to release it in an environment where no one gives a fuck about it? That's another question to ask. Yeah, Kirk. In your Sport 1 builds, you still value Wrath of Nature, they nerf it too much. I still value Wrath of Nature. Wrath of Nature is still one of only 2 things in the entire game that goes in that spot in the formula. It is the more difficult to access, of those 2, but it's the same value. So it's still very, very nice to have. Now, if you're running a build that does not have a way of applying ability damage to a single target, it does have less value. Like, for example, if I wasn't using Barrage or Blizzard, and I didn't have a second class that did ability damage in any capacity, so let's say instead of Clawbringer, this was Stabomancer, then I wouldn't have a way of applying Wrath of Nature to a primary target. So at that point, it does have less value, because you don't really need that extra damage in mobbing, because Play the Angles is gross. And generally in mobbing, you don't need more damage. So it's still a very good skill. Do I think it was nerfed too much? No. Do I think it could be buffed now? Yes. I think that nerf was appropriate at the time. It's kind of like Awe. Awe being changed at the time, even though a lot of us hated it, it's still hotly debated whether it was necessary or not. It changes what context you apply to it. like nerfing Awe and buffing Spell Shot, that was a bad choice. If they had say nerfed Awe and Spell Shot, would have made a little more sense. The collective purpose of those changes would have been reining in things that were a little too accessible in terms of power. Nerfing Wrath of Nature made sense because that value was utterly huge. Wrath of Nature is one of the biggest damage increases in the entire game, to the point where people didn't care about any other armor roll if they were a Spore Warden, for example, because that just exists. Now, that was still true, but to a lesser degree. People were willing to experiment with more things post Wrath of Nature being reduced. I think now, though, in Redux, it's not unreasonable for, like, if they decided they wanted to buff Wrath of Nature, I think it would be fine. Just the issue becomes this would apply to, like, builds that have Blizzard and Blizzard Augment. Blizzard Augment is already very strong. It's one of those complicated things. Publishers deserve far more sick than they ever get. 90% of the quality motivation bottleneck. It's a difficult relationship to have. Publishers have a very important place in the industry, and good actions by a publisher can make or break a game release. But it's a very big cog in the machine that doesn't get talked about. Yeah. Do it in a very constructive way. A lot of people struggle to do. I appreciate that you feel that way, Onyx. It's something I try to do. Something I try to do. You get everyone saying just a copy of X game that originally blew up. Yeah. Also no Spore Fuse. Spore Fuse is one of those things that it's a big decrease in power to not have it, but I'm glad that it's gone. Not because, like, Barrage gets massively less desirable without Spore Fuse, sure. But I didn't like that Spore Fuse is this centralizing thing that is still ultimately inconsistent, requires you to devote multiple enchant slots to what is still a bad action skill. Like, Barrage itself is still doing no damage in a build with Spore Fuse. But then Spore Fuse itself is an RNG trigger that is just adding a double dip. And it's like, that double dip doesn't even apply Wrath of Nature anymore. They changed that. Like, before most of us knew about it, they changed that. So, like, it's just adding an RNG damage value that has no real build synergy, but forces you to lock down 2 of your enchant slots and your action skill. I don't miss Spore Fuse. I don't miss Spore Fuse. I know there's some people hanging out, Moo, who don't want to, like, know any mechanics or anything for a Zelda game. So I don't know how much of a spoiler any individual thing is. Just keep that in mind. Pretty sure Mr. Sean is hanging about. I don't know how much he's played. Like, I'm not going to play the game, but I know a lot of people here want to and haven't yet. I have no idea. Play the Angles didn't progress more. No, Play the Angles does. It's Spore Fuse that doesn't. Spore Fuse's explosion is not ability damage. It, like, it doesn't deal ability damage. So, it's not like a, hey, we can't proc single target Wrath of Nature because that's gone. Like, no, you always just still had to click Barrage onto the enemy in both cases. Which just forces you back into using Barrage for a purpose other than damage because it's a shit action skill. See, the difference between something like Barrage and Stormdragon's Judgment is Stormdragon's Judgment, you can deploy it in multiple ways. You could use it as action skill active, which massively reduces your overall action skill usage, but it gives you different use cases. And then that'll be dealing minor amounts of ability damage. Basically makes it just a better Barrage or better non-augmented Blizzard. Or you can just use it for the melee damage portion, which gives you the shortest cooldown of any action skill in the game, while still dealing very good damage because it's melee. But it also, because of that very short cooldown, you're then getting to spam, which you can't spam Barrage. In vanilla, each charge has a 30-second cooldown. 30 seconds versus if you pull an SCJ early, it's 5 seconds. Just 5. Play the last D4 beta. I didn't play the most recent one. No, Brucey. I played the previous 2. I just, there was not enough new stuff to get me to re-download. So I passed on this most recent one. But I will be playing the game when it comes out. Not on stream, but I will be playing it. I think you should. You like Theory and Weird Movement. I like this one better than the first one. I'll keep that in mind. There's still a couple other Switch games that I want to like pick up and play. Like I still have never played the Arceus Pokemon game, and then I still need to play the Metroid Prime remaster. But other than that, if I'm gonna get a Switch exclusive, I guess I'd try Tears of the Kingdom. I guess. Just know that I've never had a Zelda game that I've liked. There are games in the Zelda format that I have liked. Like, for example, Darksiders 2 is, for all intents and purposes, a Zelda game. It's just, I've never played a Zelda game that I've liked. Personally. I'm glad that the reception to Tears of the Kingdom has been overwhelmingly positive, though. Like, I was having this discussion with Mr. Glenn yesterday. Pokemon fans, we get, like, multiple releases a year, right? And, like, most of them are mid in quality, but, like, we're just happy to get new games. Hey, Sora, thanks for taking care of Onyx. I appreciate it. How you doing today? But, like, Zelda fans, they have to wait 5 years between releases. So, like, I want them to get something good. So I'm glad it's good, even if it's not something that's for me. We tried a barrage and build with a crossbow with a reload barrage knight. Yeah, Onyx, you can get barrage charges back really fast. Oh, good. ISP's fucking me. Love to see it. You can get barrage charges back really fast. Like, for example, if you have a Skeep Prod can roll as low as a 0.5 second reload time. So you can just get all your charges back in under a second with reload speed boosts. It's just Barrage itself still takes a long time and does shit damage. It's kind of unfortunate. 5 years, that's nothing. I'm a Metroid fan. Yeah, fair enough, that's another one. But look at Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread was an absolute banger after how many years? The last mainline Metroid release was in, like, 2013 or something, and it was bad. It was just, like, a bad game. But then Dread comes out, and it's just a banger. Wins Game of the Year awards and shit. You already feel the D4 addiction kicking in. Already missing it. Feels strong, man. I'm looking forward to dive into the end game of that game, for sure. The only downside of Tears of the Kingdom for me is the frame rate, but I think that's more down to the hardware than the game itself. Yeah, like, the Switch is a shit console. It's better than other handhelds that have tried to reach as far as the Switch has so far. But, like, the Switch is a shit console. It's a shit console that they refuse to drop the price on or release a better version of because they know people are gonna buy it anyway. That's not the game's fault. It's Nintendo not having good hardware. But, like, they release good games. It's just shackled to shit hardware. Classic going first in D4. Probably Rogue. Like, I wanted to do Druid, but Druid sucked in the second beta, so, and I enjoyed Rogue in both the first and second beta, so, like, I'll probably just do Rogue. You know, Wastard has an actual health bar now. Kinda cool. Doesn't really save him, but he at least gets to spawn the bird. You know, Barb for bleed and spin to win. I was underwhelmed when it came to Druid and Barb. I hope they solve the balance issues for those. Like, in fairness, Barbarian is a class they've never been good at balancing across now all 3 of the games it's been in Diablo games. They've just never been good at balancing Barbarian. Not in 2, not in 3, not in 4. So it'll take them a bit to get it right. Hey, Control. How are you? We talking Diablo. It was better this last beta? That's good. Hey, Lizzie. Heard they buffed Wastard? They did. Wastard has an actual health bar now. Now, he's still very easy, because mechanically he's Wastard. But, like, I've seen him spawn the bird, which is an upgrade. Now, this isn't on the Lightning Bolt Chuck build. We'll do some runs on that as well. But, this build, he only barely spawns it. It's not like I have to really do any of his mechanics or anything, because Wastard is still extremely simple and a joke of a boss. But, yeah. He's no longer a joke of a boss in HP total. He's just a joke mechanically, and in the amount of damage he does. Which are not faults of Redux. Those are Gearbox design choices. And Necro release. I heard good things about Necro throughout the beta. Necro is one of those things, like, I played a lot of in 2 and 3, and just, like, not connected with as well as the other classes that I played a lot of in those games. Like, I really, really vibe with Druid in 2, and it wasn't in 3, so I'm happy to see it back in 4. And I played a lot of Barbarian in 3, and then, like, a decent amount in 2. But I'm not really super interested in 4. Like, I want to just try other stuff. That's just me personally. Your capture card's great. Ooh, nice. It doesn't drop to, like, 2 FPS every time you try to screen share in Discord. So much cheaper than an Elgato. I kind of regret shelling out for an Elgato that I have not used in like a year. Started another rogue this last beta, see how the performance stuff was improved. Much better, didn't play much though, because I don't want to get burned out. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so we have the Ring Bunny. We'll do a couple runs on the Lightning Chuck build. And then I think we start doing some Stab-O-Matic testing. Took the Sorcerer to 20 this time around, had fun with it. Nice. Now, the characters I've played most in Diablo 2 and 3, I played Druid, followed by Assassin, the most in 2. And then in 3, I played Demon Hunter most. And then I don't actually know what I played second most because I played fucking all of them in D3. But Demon Hunter most. So Rogue is like the natural progression for me. Rogue or Druid. Forgot about the server slam till like 2 a.m. Saturday night. I only remembered because people reminded me during stream Saturday. But then on Sunday, I only saw it because like I saw they tweeted out, "Hey, this is the last spawn of the world boss," and I was like, "Oh shit, well, whatever." So I just didn't bother. Had fun though. Also high pragmatic. Sometimes it wouldn't even power on. When it did, OBS wouldn't pick it up, and OBS did pick it up. There's no audio. Yeah, I've actually heard a lot of negative reviews of Elgato products. All after I purchased one, but is Stab-O-Matic fixed? We're gonna be testing that shortly, Nepeta. How you doing? Oh yeah, so Hourglass reduction does mean we've lost some power on this build as well. But as you can see, I think we're still chilling. Yeah, we're still two-shotting elites with a divergent, so we're chilling. You're a connoisseur. Now, I'll take Spectral Vengeance just to not skew my damage. I should get a Lachance's leg for this save as well. It's more reload speed. I just need a bunch of those. Okay, so someone who's farmed up obsidian chests, walk me through that. Because, like, that's the best way to get quest rewards, right? I need a bunch of Lachance legs. For, like, a few builds. All these quags and I laugh in Clodsire. I love that Clodsire is just a good mon. Like, they've gotten a little bit better about the regional variants, or the equivalents, for new Pokemon being, like, actually good. As of late. No, not perfect, but they've improved. And I also randomly run into the Butcher in random dungeon. Yep, that was my first death in the beta. The Butcher spawned, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And then he one-shot me. And I was like, oh, okay. No, that was my second death. My first one was to server lag. Online only moment. That was my first, like, I was in control and died death. Gen 9 was so good overall, Ima. I think majority of the Gen 9 problems are the Switch problems, and not the game itself. There's a couple things I'd like having some way to replay double battles. There's no way to do double battles in the post game at all in Scarlet and Violet, and I hate that because I love double battling. It's like the only competitive format I care about too. Having some sort of battle tower would be cool as well. You know, places to really test your shit. There's nothing like that. Not perfect stares at Wung Trio. Yeah. so the damage on this setup's still cracked. We noticed the hourglass nerf, but like, barely. Anyone know why everyone was complaining about Necromancer? Apparently it was, like, overtuned, damage-wise. But from what I saw, people were still just having fun with it. So it was like the fun overtuned. But like, you guys know me, I'm a big proponent of nerfing things that are problematic. I don't think that we should jump to cheering for things being nerfed at level 25 for a game we literally haven't seen the endgame of. You know, so like, if Necro's strong, then like, maybe just see what happens for now, but that's just where I'm at. Like, the game goes to level 100. We really think Necro is still going to be doing that, and no one else is at 100? With no supporting info? Nerfed him, then buffed him again? Interesting. Violet's the only game I've gotten the Shiny Charm, and I played thousands of hours of the other games. Yeah, Scarlet's the only one I bothered to get the Shiny Charm in, too, Onyx. And I've been playing Pokemon games for, 25 years. That hurt to say out loud. Used my only death this time around. I think got like 10% of his HP off where I was kiting on a poach. He just had his way with me. Yeah, depending on which map you get the Butcher to spawn in, kiting him can be really difficult. Thanks for that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ken. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. Had great fun with it, but Crip wasn't even playing, so whatever to do with it. I hesitate to make sweeping judgments off of limited information, but that really just sounds like gamers being gamers. Allergic to the idea of nerfs in a game where it's a beta, where you get access to the first map, and you get capped at level 25 of 100 without any idea of how endgame affects gearing, how characters feel when you have their full arsenal, what legendary effects there are, like, seems like a bit of an overreaction. Reminds me of when some high-profile people used the means of destruction internal cooldown and vampire beam nade behavior change to Moe's in October of 2019 as their big, oh, I'm quitting this game moment. Like, interesting. You could simply make one change to the build and come out stronger, but like, okay. Gamer outrage is a choice. Rod said about his minions, definitely hearing the feedback on Necro nerfs and feeling him too. Remember, balance is a journey, not a destination. Takes a weekend to get it right. That is definitely true. Balance is not easy. And always remember that no matter how reasonable a change you make, there's always going to be people who view it as unreasonable. And sometimes you do make a change that works out to be unreasonable. But guess what? You get the same response. Remember in Wonderlands when they gave players what operated as a 2 to 4% damage nerf? And then you had people screaming about how they were quitting the game because their build got ruined because of a 2 to 4 damage percentage damage nerf in the second month of the game before most players knew how anything in the game worked. I should point out that that 2 to 4% overall nerf was for people who were using 2 of the rings that were nerfed, as opposed to the more than triple that amount of rings that were buffed in that update. So that kind of encapsulates the whole gamer perception of balancing. Oh, we still melt Parasite. You think they leave the classes who level fine and help the ones that struggle a bit? Yeah, like I don't necessarily see the. At least this is my perspective from my limited, Diablo community interaction, and then also just playing the first 2 betas. General consensus seemed to be at that time that Necro was strong, but like not in need of adjustment, and then Sorceress and Rogue just felt good, and Barb and Druid felt underwhelming. But I suppose that changed over time. Liquid Cooling nerf. Liquid Cooling nerf, I maintain, is one of those that was a good change that just happened at a time where people weren't able to really wrap their head around it. Like, it didn't kill the gun. Liquid Cooling has never been a bad gun, even at its absolute weakest. But it just happened at a time where people didn't really know how a lot of the guns in the game worked and hadn't branched out, and there were a lot of people using liquid cooling to clear checks that nothing else they had that they knew was able to clear. Like, this was still a time where people were saying, oh yeah, you use nightshades in all your gun builds. It's like, you could also use good guns instead. But like, people were only starting to learn about Torg stickies at that time. Melee and spell builds had not been optimized to the point where they are now, where everyone knows how powerful they are. Blightcaller didn't exist, so dot builds were very limited in approaches. Like, people didn't know about a lot of things, even though there were a lot of things stronger than the liquid cooling at that time. Community knowledge at the time of a balancing change matters a lot as well. If the pearl specific bonus stack with the additional pearls, I don't think it stacks loading screen. I don't think it stacks. But I can't claim to know 100% on that one. Liquid cooling is just worse damage than purple crossbow equivalent. Exactly. But it's always been that way. Liquid cooling is a specific use case item that people were using outside of specific use cases. Like, for example, liquid cooling against Gloop absolutely shreds. Because you can just fire it infinitely into the boss's weak spot while it's down, and it matches elements, kicks out a lot of rounds, and is just really good for that particular scenario. Liquid cooling's awesome for any scenario where you really need to continue to shoot more than anything else. It's a great polymorph gun. It's just a good gun for that. But people were using it as a, hey, this is my do-everything gun. It's still good for the things it's good for. In terms of what you said, Lizzie, some people misinterpreted that whole thing, and they take what you said as, hey, post-nerf, liquid cooling's now just worse than a purple, which I don't know if that's what you meant, but no, that's not quite how that works. Because, for example, you can't pick up a random purple Skulldugger pistol and then fire 500 consecutive rounds from it without having to reload, without letting off the trigger. That's not a thing that you can do. Liquid cooling's still has its unique role and it still does good DPS. It's just less. And the pistols that were stronger than it were always stronger than it. For example, Luddites have always been stronger than liquid cooling for any bossing scenario. Always. Every point in the game's life. Even before the Torg manufacturer buff. And before the liquid cooling nerf. Just a lot of community perception around the liquid cooling comes from a time where people just didn't know how the game worked. And that's to be expected in the first 2 months of a game's life. That is natural. Tor buff was crazy. Yeah, I'm still weirded out by that. Like, I guess they wanted to make sure gun builds always had something they could use to deal with bosses. But, like, the whole manufacturer? That's wild, man. Like me a good Nightshade is going to handle SMGs to take over the minute in a game. Right. It's a gun that feels good and can get your foot in the door, but is ultimately outclassed later on, and that's something it took people a while to realize. Some Torg weapons still suck. Just the ones that don't are insanely strong. Which ones suck? In this game. I don't like ARs. They don't suck, though. Vengeance is really good bossing, and encapsulators are Torg sticky ARs. Now, they're not as powerful as the pistols or shotguns, but they're still better boss DPS than most other things in the game. There's literally only one legendary Torg AR, Lizzie, the Vengeance. So I think that's just limited supply. It's like in BL3, Atlas guns, there's very, very few, but they're almost all good. I'd say if we're going, like, what's the weakest Torg item in this game, I guess it's the message, but, like, the message doesn't suck either. It's just awkward. And there's a difference. Or, you know, the Ragnarok is the worst Torg in this game. But it's not a gun. Do you think the best launcher multiclass is for Redux? I'm inclined to say Spore Blight currently. Because Blight can give you access to a lot of amp shots. Spore, you have a lot of gun support in general, but you also have freeload, which is free shots. And that works out really nicely. You could do something like Spore Blight with Plague Storm and be a really well-rounded launcher build. Spirit Storm plus dot and Torg launchers is pretty nuts. Yeah, yeah. With the exception of the Sunburst. Sunburst is interesting. It's got a shit dot, but that's because it's got different use cases. I guess ARs in general tend to be weakest. Yeah, generally in these games, ARs are the weapon class that they don't really give an identity to because they give pistols too much identity. Pistols work out to be better launchers, better ARs, better shotguns, better SMGs. But then at least the SMG category holds its own for the most part. The shotgun category holds its own for the most part. Snipers. Now, snipers are interesting. Like, snipers are by no means bad. They're very good. It's just a lot of the powerful ones are awkward to the point where people don't want to use them. Same with launchers in this game in particular. And then some of the snipers are powerful because they don't operate like snipers, which is kind of the same as the pistol category. Or like the Free Radical in BL3. I know I keep swapping games for examples, but there's a lot of overlap between these communities. Free Radical in BL3 is an SMG fire rate weapon that has launcher base damage, and it's a pistol. The Sandhawk and the Midnight Wisdom are sniper rifles that operate more like shotguns that consume a shitload of ammo. You know, weapons that don't act like their own weapon class have a habit of being very dominant in these games. I don't think it's necessarily a problem in some cases, but like when it comes to ARs, most of the ARs just act like ARs. But then that usually means they have a better analog somewhere else. There's little subtle things that help push back against that, like encapsulator crossbolts. It's Torg sticky crossbow barrel ARs. You get a good crossbow mult. It's like a 7% crossbow, which is high. Like pistols is 6. SMGs don't have crossbolts at all. But then you still get a good sticky mult as well. One-run snipers are so good. Yeah, they're incredibly good. All of them. Is launcher still the most underrated weapon type for the community? I would say it would be launcher or sniper for this game in particular. It varies game to game. Snipers in BO3 and Wonderlands do better AR playstyles than ARs in many instances. In many instances, yes. It's not a universal thing, but you're absolutely right that it's a common thing. They just don't really give ARs their own identity in these games. Sawmill's probably my favorite gun in Wonderlands. Sawmill's had a roller coaster of a time, but yeah, it's a very good gun. When I made the hole too big in my bagel. Cowabunga it is. Class mod for the launcher setup? Like, depends on your weapon. Gunslinger might have some value, because the swap speed, reload speed, fire rate could smooth out certain gameplay loops. The auto bursts, maybe not super valuable for launchers. You don't need to really worry about that. But there's a bunch of class mods that could be relevant. An Amalgam, just with good stats, is always good. Amnesia, depending on how frequently you're taking damage or if you're hitting yourself at all. Fusion, if you're applying some dots, could maybe be good. Maybe Capetides. Like, there's a lot of armors that could be good for launcher builds. My quicker farming pearls on Chaos 8. If you're able to clear significantly faster, probably, yeah. Say that until you fully auto-shoot a sunburst into a crowd. Hey, full auto a sunburst into a crowd with fusion probably goes really hard. I missed, like, a couple important chucks. Firmly in character for me. I don't feel good about it. Thanks, you're welcome, Mickey Britt. I'll have to see if I have a good gunslinger. Luckily, gunslinger's a pretty reasonable farm. It's right next to the obelisk in Weep Wild, so you could actually like farm amalgams and gunslingers at the same time. It's one of the farms I actually kind of like. Productive area. You get a lot done per save quit. I love farming that map on Redux. I wouldn't go that far personally. Like, I don't love farming in these part systems, but it's much more tolerable. And there are some cool things to target farm in that area, yeah. Hey, son, how are you? Just me, but I don't like how they designed ADSing on snipers in BO3 and Wonderlands, maybe because mod controller it's very awkward, it's not very smooth. It's something they've had to fiddle with, Reckless Monster. Like, launch Wonderland's sniper ADS sensitivity was like, you couldn't move faster than this. This was like as fast as you could go. It was pretty cursed. Something that makes people feel weird about snipers in this game as well is, there's not really long sightlines in Wonderlands most of the time. You're, like, more close quarters areas. Hey, Rune, thank you for the 33.
Quag jiggling, 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 quag jiggling.
Jiggling. Thank you for the 33 months. I really appreciate it. How you doing? Recovering from really bad 4-hour-long stomach cramp. Oh, that doesn't sound fun. What you can get from each spawn in that map is what I like. That makes sense. It does make sense. Yeah. I get what you're talking about. And that is a satisfying flow for sure. Playing a sniper like an actual sniper always seems more form over function, can still function decent. There's some snipers you kinda have to play like an actual sniper. Like in Vanilla, the Carouser, and then in Redux, the Chantarella. They kind of function as better as actual snipers than using them to imitate other gun rolls. But then there's stuff like the Sawmill and the Skeet Prod, where you don't use those like snipers at all. You use the Skeet Prod like an SMG. Use the Sawmill like an AR. Oh, that was a good hit. You have the Go Burr category, right. The Go Burr snipers are generally well received in terms of performance. Just some people have problems with the fact that they operate like not snipers. Like the same thing I was highlighting with how pistols and ARs have identity issues. There's a lot of snipers that don't play like snipers. Now, I don't mind that, but some people do. Like, the Boogeyman is a better AR than any AR in Borderlands 3. Just, it is. You have specific use cases where the Monarch outdoes it on flak because of character synergy. And then you have specific cases where no PPU does well. No PPU is one of the very few ARs that give really good identity to. Well, like, the Boogeyman it's just that gun in that game. In this game, you got Sawmill as the Go Burr gun. You got Skeet Prod filling that role as well. What you're saying is, best depends. Yes. It does. I think, the same way some manufacturers don't really have sufficient identity to make them feel worth using, The AR weapon category has had that problem through a bunch of the Lance games as well. And it's really unfortunate when those overlap. Like, Vladov Stoker ARs. Vladov Stoker ARs are shit. Just playing your Boogeyman Mo's build a few days ago for some Malone runs. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's one of my favorite builds. Okay, let's figure out what we're gonna do Stab-O-Matic wise. First, let's test to make sure the fix worked. Should be this safe. The only Stoker AR I enjoy in this game, Redux, is the Crystal Storm. I like the Whistleblower. I think it has some potential, and I like the concept of the Surtur's Wrath. I like the Donkey. The Donkey is good in vanilla. It remains good in Redux. But none of those are like... The Donkey is good. It's not fantastic, but it's good. But then the other two, I wouldn't even call good. They're just, like, fine. Okay. Actually, let me use this. 3778. On a melee ring. Uh-oh. Just to make sure this isn't an error in my testing. It's like, this has happened every time so far. I just need you guys to be additional eyes here. 3778 on a crit, right? Hitting all pellets on a crit. 3,778. I have no melee bonuses at all outside of my myth rank, which I have 20%. Is that right? Is that how that works out? Or is it a total of 2? No, it's 20%. Okay. Or yeah. So these are rings that all have melee damage. I'm gonna put on 2 of them. This should be 30% more melee damage. The melee crit damage wouldn't apply because it's damage source gun. It'd be 30% more damage. It's the same value. I'm seeing that correctly. That's all sound. I just want to make sure I'm not, like, doing something horribly wrong, because the team's been working really hard to fix this one. Yeah, it's definitely not damage source melee anymore. You know, which it hasn't been for the whole mod's life. But, still does not back be testing. Yeah. Testing to see if the Stab-O-Matic has arrived at the place where they want it. Seems it still hasn't, somehow. Which, it's unfortunate. But it's a difficult thing to change. Difficult thing. Hey, honey bunny. How are you? Do some dire sack. Haven't done that in a bit. What's the goal of the Stab-O? They want it to be a shotgun that additionally scales with melee damage. Rather than in vanilla, it is melee that doesn't get shotgun or gun damage at all. They don't want that. They want it to be gun, so like you can't, for example, get the massive crit chance from just having a melee weapon equipped with high crit chance. And contrast that with Borderlands 3, where it is melee that additionally gets gun, but doesn't get shotgun or anything. They want it to be a shotgun, which it currently is, but currently it's just a shotgun. Like, it doesn't get the melee stuff at all. It's just a regular gun with no special effect. I'm alright, vibing. You? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I have all my necessary stuff equipped, right? Yeah, cool. I want to like the manual transmission so much. It's such a cool concept for an item, but it's so wildly impractical. And they balance the face puncher. No. No. Like, putting it bluntly, there's only so many ways you can implement something like the Stab-O-Matic. So you've got option 1. It is melee only. That's what we saw with Wonderlands, and that proved to be situationally very strong, although I would say more balanced than the other outcomes. So that's the vanilla Wonderlands, where it doesn't get gun damage, doesn't get shotgun, it is just melee and only melee. Our Wonderlands melee boosts on punch or hit. They are on hit. Then option 2 is the way Borderlands 3 did it. Hi, Coco. Option 2 is the way Borderlands 3 did it, where it's still melee, but it additionally gets gun scaling. But it only counts for melee effects, because, you know, damage source melee, you only have one damage source. Option 3 is how they're trying to do it for Redux, where it's gun that additionally gets melee. That's the strongest of those 3, in terms of how it would work. That would be the strongest. I suppose there is taking a 4th option, but this one's cursed, and that's do the Blade Fury, which the way Blade Fury works is it's both because it's separate instances of damage. So, like, it has a gun instance and a melee instance. And the gun instance creates the melee instance, so you can kind of always have both. But that's also overtuned, and I think Blade Fury would be absolutely crazy in this game. Pasta salad, that sounds good. I now understand why this gun is seeming mission impossible. Ouch. Right. So, in terms of the least problematic version of the Stab-O-Matic in a vacuum, it would be just to leave it as vanilla Wonderlands. But the thing is, melee as a build archetype is already super silly strong. Like, they don't need that. Now, is Stab-O-Matic even the strongest form of non-punching thing in the face melee? No, absolutely not. There's lots of stuff that's stronger at that. But it's a gun. So there's a sense of wrongness to it. I get why some people view it as a problem. I get it. I do. I just say the day I ask legitimate questions, Nightbot doesn't get me. It's true. Nightbot's proud of you, Chris. It trained you well. Just fusion things. I need to get a kill so I have body rune on these explosions. And now we're cooking. build stocks one. Work in progress. Something we've taken our time with over a long period of time. Rune is doing the majority of the work on it. I made like the framework for it. Rune's just kind of filling things in because he's been more directly focusing on you know, Wonderlands builds content than anyone else has. But doing Wonderlands builds write-ups are like way more complex than doing BL3 builds write-ups. So just doing one individual write-up takes a long time. It's a thing that's... I promise it exists. It's just not ready for public viewing. Lazy contributed this one. He's offered, it's just Lazy's very busy. Lazy's been balancing work and streaming for like the last 8 months, something like that. So one of the holdups on the dock is anyone who I would want to be involved with said project either is busy, is burnt out, or has not played Wonderlands. It's one of those three. I sometimes have the time, but sometimes don't have the desire. And then it comes down to, you know, Rune having the same stuff. Sounds a little rough trying to figure out how to compile all the information into something succinct. Yeah. It ends up being a very, very wordy. Very, very wordy. And that has a bunch of factors to it. One, like armors. Think of how varied armors are for one single build compared to class mods in another game. And then the same is true for rings. Amulets are kind of fine, whatever. Then you've got hero stats, you've got backgrounds that influence those hero stats. You've got the fact that skill trees as a whole tend to be less of a build's power, but instead of having 3 to 4 skill trees that a build ever has to worry about, well, you have 7 different skill trees that a build has to account for. 7 different skill trees with in combinations of 2. So it's a lot of moving parts. It's a lot of moving parts. Field Doc was also an iteration 3 or so from a team that by the end was nearly 20 people all told. Yeah, a lot of people did a lot of stuff for the BL3 docs over a lot of time. It's fewer people for the Wonderlands one, still doing stuff, but fewer people doing more stuff. Now those people are more experienced because having been involved with the BL3 docs at various points in time, but it's not an easy process. The whole idea is for it to be something that, you know, stands the test of time and doesn't need to be babysat later on. Like once a month, I'll edit the wording on something specific in like the Moe's doc. In terms of the BL3 docs. But like the Moe's doc was the least detail oriented of the 4. And it still holds up that well. I've not had to edit the Flak doc in a while. I think Rator was the last person to edit the Flak doc, and it was like a typo. So the idea is something very much future-proof. guess one of the impacts of Hourglass being changed to what it is gun dot builds are just, they now have a free amulet slot again. I guess they just go back to Barbaload. Or Theurge. Crossblade on the fusion build? No, but I imagine it'll do exactly what you expect. Very consistent fusion explosions. I just have not gotten very many crossblades. It's a very uncommon item in Redux. I think I've seen one drop total. For some reason, Crossblade and Buffmeister are very uncommon items. I'm okay with Buffmeister being super uncommon. It's an item I was gonna say I barely tolerate the existence of, but I don't tolerate the existence of it. Hey Hawken, I wanted to test that on this. Like, this gun has a crazy card value, especially for Redux. Like, Sunburst is 949 times 5 with the high ammo consumption variant. Hawken is approaching launcher territory. Like, ARs are in the 400. Got the high-end pistols that are in the 2000s. Low dot chance with, like, good damage on that thing. I need more Lachance legs. Play some crab game. You enjoy, Sora. You enjoy. You know what I haven't done in a bit? I think I still have the gear on it. I haven't done the Blizzard build in a few streams. Blizzard with Augment goes crazy in Redux. Sorry my connection is so shit today. It's like not cutting out completely, but it's fluctuating very frequently. I hate my ISP a lot. Body room currently, but Agony... The thing with Agony is... if you go down, you just lose your active Blizzard. I don't want that to happen. ISP being unreliable. No way. Ugh. It's the worst. Just... it's the worst. Let's look at my ring options. Like, currently this Blizzard build's just very hands-off. Blizzard does the work. But I could make it into a Blizzard gun hybrid. I think that's the optimal way to make use of your skill tree for this, because you're gonna need to take gun stuff to get to the Blizzard stuff. May as well do both. I had an excellent ISP, then I moved, and now I pay more for less. Sounds about right. That ability crit chance is just funny. 135%. That's without shell casing being active. Easy to farm weapons and loot. In Redux, it's a lot easier. Depending on the item, some of them can be classified as easy, but it's still, if you want specific things in terms of like a specific stat, it can be tough. Like, let's say you wanted a ring with, you know, a specific kind of ring with 3 specific rolls and a specific primary stat. That's gonna be real tough. I only played Borderlands 3, is mostly the story part. I'll check this game out. If you just did story, then like you probably weren't stressing about specific rolls on items or anything. So I think you might like this game. If you enjoyed the gameplay of Borderlands 3 while you were doing that story stuff, I think you'd enjoy this game. Just keep in mind that there is less game here for those who are focused on story content. What is here is high quality, but there is less here. How high can I get this crit chance? I wonder. $35.2. Nice. I'd get it higher if I was a Stabo or a Clawbringer. Get it even higher with a different armor here. Ability level plus 2 is 100% ability crit chance. I can get it to 40% there. Felicia, thank you for the 32 months. Thank you, thank you. Qua to you as well. So it's just endgame raids and stuff. The majority of the content in this game, after you've completed a story playthrough on a character, is, well, you do have some cool side areas. You know how Borderlands 3 has a couple, like, Electricity is a completely optional area. It's got its own area storyline and boss at the end and side missions and stuff. We've got a bunch of areas that operate like that in this game. There's 4 of those. So that's cool. But we don't have like stuff like the Jackpot DLC, the Hammerlock DLC. We don't have side story DLC. Qua. The majority of this game's content is the Chaos Chamber, which is a randomizer dungeon, basically. It's a very good randomizer dungeon, but depending on what you want out of the game, it can wear thin quickly. Yeah, you're welcome, Myers. You're very welcome. Hey, thanks for the tier 1, Mars. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes and ad reviewing and all the other stuff. Thank you, thank you. Means a lot. Blizzard, I need you to deal with the other enemies. Blizzard took a break. That's the problem, not running as much duration as I was. At least I have good cooldown. Yeah, I prefer the duration. Which one has the most? What if I did that? That. And they really hold down the trigger on that flamethrower. Wild. That's good damage. Stomp!
Cheer and rejoice. For I, the one know simply as Stump, have completed great task of paying our revered Quather for ad-free access to his great and powerful wisdom for 2 years. Raise you glasses and celebrate.
I wouldn't put it like that, but thank you for keeping me company and supporting the channel for 2 years, Stump. That's a hell of a lot of time. I appreciate you and everything you bring to the community. Thank you, thank you. Let's see how Blizzard does against a Blaster. Do I need a shock weapon for that? I think I like the idea of a shock weapon for that. Oh, yeah, I forgot to put an enchant on my Agony. So I guess I need to take 1 hit from Wastard. Or, you know, more than 1, because he does shit damage. Break my shield, you fuck. I see why I meme on this boss so much. Like, I can't get him to hurt me when I want him to. He's a lot tankier post hotfix. That's nice. But unfortunately, he is still Wastard. I think melee weapon-wise, I should switch to an Ancient Rage Handle here. I like the idea of that. Build this. This is Blizzard. Pure Blizzard build. A recharge delay of agony is up to 4.4. That's nice. It's difficult to maintain. Damage-wise, it's a really useful stat, but since I'm having such trouble keeping access to it, I think we'll stick with Body Rune for now. Hey, Rory Masters. Gotta say the number of numbers this has put it up is in all the right places for me. Sometimes it's satisfying to just see that pile of damage numbers. Yeah, definitely feel you there. You get to AFK farm souls in Mirror 2. The thing is with, well, yes, on low enough difficulty, but the real power of Blizzard and the mod, the thing that makes Blizzard go from kind of bad to really good is this augment. And you can't fully automate with this augment because you can't get Berserker Capstone. So you'd have to keep recasting. So you'd have to use one of the other ways to automatic farm souls, most likely. That's something I could do for this build to make it like a melee type deal. Kinda. I would want Blast Chill for that though. There's no way I can get Blast Chill in this. Like not even on armor. I need the class power too much. That saved me. Hotfix reduced world drop rate for pearls. Me without having gotten a single world drop pearl. I must say from my own experience, well, one, the reasoning they gave was solid in the change. But from my own experience, I've gotten far more world drop pearls than Dedi farm pearls, and I've spent a lot of time at the Dedi farms. I've also spent a lot of time doing stuff where it could only world drop. But like, I've spent a lot of on-stream hours farming Vesper, and she's only given me like 5 or 6 agonies ever, whereas I've gotten more than that number in world drops across other activities. Dedi farms things you never thought you'd hear Quag say. Listen, it's Vesper. Is it that out of character for me? If it's Vesper? First time I was farming the Rev, I got every other pearl in the game before the Rev actually dropped. I never went to the Rev dedicated farm because I got mine as a world drop. While I was farming for Midnight Wisdom, I got 5 other pearl world drops before I got the Midnight Wisdom to drop from that enemy. Just want to spend quality time with Vesper? Yes. It's quality time. Make Rose farmable and you'll farm DLC 3. I refuse to answer that question. Don't you turn years of understanding me as a person against me. That's not... It's not allowed. It's not how we operate here. You can stop. Does. Blizzard does really well against Parasite, I must say. I guess my current problem is it's difficult to time out. Like, I want I want enemies to hit me enough to break my shield, but I need that to happen specifically while Blizzard is already on them. Because one of the downsides of Blizzard is it's a bunch of things that act independently that you can't control. Like, the damage is really good when they're all sitting on one target and not failing to track it. But it's very likely that you end up in a situation where each Blizzard is just chasing a different enemy and you're dealing no damage with your action skill with your very limited duration. So, that's something I need to keep in mind. Still need more Lachance legs. There's gotta be a better way to get these. There's gotta be. Ancient pincushion. No. I don't think I will. Stomach, stop making weird noises. Chat will hear you. I don't have a Banshee Claw. Like, I want more of these. Dedicated source Lachance. Yeah, I guess I should just farm Lachance. He never seems to drop it. I could put that one in my storage at least. Do I have a mulligan on this save? I don't think I do. Hey, Red Hellion. Another non-Hellion one, though. Oh yeah, that's why I have all of these items. I had done a playthrough. New Game Plus, using air quotes. I wonder if fusion could be interesting here, because, like, we would need some way of applying poison. Like, maybe Blizzard could apply a lot of dots. Like, it's not going to apply the fire without Body Rune being active. So I would need to have another way of applying the poison, but I don't know. Slapping fusion on every build's starting to get old. Maybe I don't do that. I can just shoot a dragonfly while Blizzard's doing its thing. That should be pretty good. Grab that. Grab mulligan. I guess this is one of those weird cases where it's a build where I need guns to cover mobbing, because my action skill covers bosses. A lot of other builds are the reverse situation. There's a little chance to drop the peg leg instead. Peg leg is not an item in Redux. Peg leg is overwritten to make the big ounce. Lachance's leg was left intact as an item and is still in the mod. You're telling me there's a Lachance. I have a couple of these in here. I have a vampire poison one, and then I have a non-Ellie ancient one. It does have variable hilts. And seemingly variable other stats as well. Actually, no, that might just be the difference between poison and non-Ellie. But, like, I want a bunch of ancient and echo last legs for other builds. Like an Echo one for my Lightning Chuck build would be great. An Echo one for my other gun builds, the ones with plate mail, would also be great. Ancient one for that other thing. Yeah, I just need more of that item. Just need more of it, period. So Mulligan would be good if I decided to actually use the Gluttony extensively for damage. But, I don't happen to have a rage handle available, do I? I'd have to check another save for that. Oh, wait, no, I do have an ancient rage handle. Never mind, we're good. Being a hoarder is so useful. I've avoided so many instances of needing to refarm things just because I hoard everything. Uh-huh. No, don't you uh-huh me. It's valid. I'm valid. I don't have a hoarding problem. I have a commitment to being prepared for making various types of builds. I wonder if the barrage enchants are triggered by Blizzard, because in vanilla, Spore Fuse is triggered by Blizzard ending, in case anyone didn't know that. Kind of useless information, but it is a thing. Alright, this is Health Bug. Blizzard's good, it ain't that good. '99 mag donkey. Kinda wacky. Kinda silly. So yeah, what else do we have to farm today? Probably gonna hang out at Lachance for a while. I do really want peg legs. I need Lachance to peg me. What, that's not how I should say that. I could hold an artery for this. Get that melee damage. It's a dark magic gun. I just wouldn't get the shell casing bonuses, but I think that's fine. What quest does artery come from? I don't remember. Goblin quest in Queen's Gate. Cool. Do you happen to know the name so I can check my log? See if I've already done it on this save? If not, that's cool. Pretty sure I threw away my last artery because I was like, I'm not going to use this. Fair enough, come up with a build where I can use it. That's why hoarding is morally correct in video games. Goblins in the Gar. Thank you. I definitely have it on this character. Also haven't done that quest in like a year, so this will be interesting. Yeah, I like where this concept is going. I like where this concept's going. So you find spending something like 30 minutes to manage your bank inventory. Yes, I'm a hoarder too. Yeah, it's not perfect. It's got its downsides for sure, huh, Bendy? I guess because I'm doing Agony now, I do want unarmored defense. You can do a respec as well. Make it easier for my word to break. Okay, Hoarders, what's your wish list for inventory management features? A search option. Just like a type in to search for name of item option. This is going to be a weird point of comparison to make, but Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, as a search feature for your box, so you can search for a specific Pokemon, or you can search by moves that are known by your Pokemon. You can search by like type. You got lots of different filtering options. But a post-launch thing they added was the ability to change the known moves of Pokemon without taking them out of your box. So the equivalent would be if you could like reroll enchants of items on the ones in your bank. That's the equivalent. Like that kind of shit is cool. The bank to have tabs for each item type. I don't want to scroll through 480 items to reach the artifacts. Yeah. Yep. Lots of bank improvements. Blizzard, are you here? Oh yeah, you're hidden. You're hidden. Let him cook. Now Agony's on. Married to online websites, can we just have that side filter with check marks to see everywhere? Yeah, like the loot limit filters would be great. Blizzard eats Phase 2 drill, because all the twisters just spawn in the same spot, and they just hit them every tick. Like, that's the DPS of Blizzard with Augment, if it is actually hitting. So nice. I should have left those alive. Get my cooldown back. Wait for him to move. Actually, I shouldn't wait for him to move. Blizzard will struggle to hit him over there. May as well get some good ticks in now. Every time I see a unique, I'm like, ah, is it a leg? Nope, never is. Now looking out for two uniques. I want chance legs and I want arteries. Type tab doesn't actually group them together correctly. If I have two corrupted plate mails, I'll almost never find them together. Yeah, I'll find corrupted plate mails at the start of my armors and then at the end of my armors. And it's like, Yeah, absolutely. There's just so much we could say about Wonderland's UI choices. Just truly scrap it and do different things for all of it. Respectfully. It's just not good. Like, the core thing you want a user interface to do is convey information, right? That is the primary thing that the UI in this game does not do. We're having this discussion in Gage's stream yesterday. BL1 UI is the best one they ever pushed. It's not perfect, you know, it's got its own issues, but like if they went back to the BL1 UI and improved it, modernized it without doing shit like focus on 3D rendered stuff and you know, making it so you can see 8 items over here or 6 in your vendor UI or like just all this unused space. Just stop doing that. Be pretty good. Hey Vocal, enjoy your lurk. Happy to have you. Trying to figure out what I need to roll for from the bunnies right now. I want those Lechance legs. I do want armor upgrades, and I do need rings with better conditions for the artery. Because once I get that artery, shell casing ring will never be active anymore. So I'll need to switch. Let's see what else I have. I could switch over to Shark's Banes, and I think that is the play, but these don't have duration. I really, really want the duration. I guess this insight ring is gonna... May as well get used to that insight ring right now. Yeah, we'll roll rings. I don't need to see my character in inventory. There's photo mode for that. Also, you can emote. Like, they have a whole emote menu now that, you know, is hard to use because it's another UI feature. See how many attempts I had to make for one to work. But yeah, you can emote to see your character. See your character in your main menu. And you have photo mode. You could see your character here, I think. They could put it right here and it would be fine in the skills menu. But like, it doesn't need to be this space. Redux removes it, which is good. Yeah. Looking for ability damage rings with duration is the focus for that. Let's go get that artery. Queen's Gate. Goblins in the Garden. Thank you again for that, Pragmatic. Right there, cool. Items also have a ton of relevant info that could be on item cards, but for space reasons they don't. More space to view items would help. There's also things that they do show on item cards that they don't need to. For example, the item score system has a bunch of real estate that can go, showing percentage damage granted from like barrel parts. That can go because that just confuses people. Like Redux doesn't have that on the cards, I believe, and it leaves more room for beneficial stuff. See, it's not on any of these. But if you pull up, say, a one pump chump from Borderlands 3, here, let me do that real quick, actually. Yeah, this item has 1,730% weapon damage on the card. So you'll see a lot of newer players be like, okay, I need to take this card value, multiply it by that percent, and wow, this must be a really good item. No, it's dog shit. It's a terrible item. But that's already included in its value when it's still bad. There's been a lot of stylistic choices made with UI elements. I can turn on dialogue now.
My herb garden's been infested by goblins.
Find that less if Crit didn't look the same, follow a different rule.
I'm rich.
Yeah.
You're desperate.
Gamers love to do math. If there's two things gamers love, it's to read and do math.
Just clear out the field and I'll toss some money your way. Goblins.
Goblin teeth. Alarming how easy they came out. No bottom here. We're having a grand time, aren't we? Never stood a chance.
They're dead then. Good. Come back at once. Are those goblin teeth? Why do you have those?
They, just sort of dropped. Felt like I should grab them.
I feel grateful.
Ugh. What? I mean, I guess I'll throw them away for you. Here's some
Ugh.
I guess. Just don't come back. You are a filthy weirdo.
No! They're dead! My plans are ruined!
Where gone? Do I have to do the quest line? Or did I have to not give her the teeth? I probably should have figured that out.
Lord! What have you done? You killed my goblins!
Milady.
Your goblins? You can't, like,
Don't
own
clip that.
goblins.
I attracted those goblins on purpose. You see, I'm in love with the alchemist. My plan was to swoop in, defeat all the goblins,
Next quest, cool.
save her herb garden. Now how am I supposed to catch her fancy?
Dunno. Never been turned down before.
Giga Chad.
Helpful. Look, just give her these flowers, would you? Thanks. With any luck, wedding bells will be ringing by sundown.
You again? What do you want?
I've got something for you.
You do? Give it here. I want it. Flowers? From whom?
The farmer. She's got her eye on you.
As if I could be seen knocking boots with that poor thing. Perhaps when pigs fly, or
God damn.
backwards, or a polka-dotted poetry-reading goblin recites a love poem for me. Good day.
Feels bad, man.
I hear that right. A polka-dotted poet goblin? You know, I could do that actually. First, we'll need to attract another goblin. Find me the most pungent gobbo loincloth you can smell.
Pretty sure she wasn't being literal.
You sure? I don't know. Only one way to find out, right?
Alright. I guess we gotta go around sniffing loincloths. It's for build crafting, so it's not weird.
You must be lost. Let me show you the way out.
Trade stank undies for damage here now, I guess. Traded more for less.
That was supposed to be a warning shot.
Be sure to pick the most vile loincloth you can find, my lord. Our gobbler must be
Nice,
picking
Ken.
a winner.
shootout outline, the episode was apparently taken off TV. Wouldn't surprise me. TV has a long history of lost episodes like that. It's a really interesting topic. Like, there's a few Pokemon episodes that never aired because of unfortunate timing of, like, real-world events. Like, they'd have an episode where a Pokemon causes a tsunami, and then they don't air it because a tsunami killed a bunch of people that week, so they're like, ah, this would be in poor taste. Farmed up 1,500 souls to go farm an Agony, and dropped on the first kill. Yo, I need my streamer luck. Why are you holding it for me, Scroll? Like, I need you to not. Yeah, I wonder what happens if during this quest you spawn the respawnable and you kill that one instead. I wonder if that advances the quest. Can't have it back. This is toxic. Being bullied. I just need my streamer luck so I can get 2 perfect ring rolls. Frost Wildland, we sure are. Loading screen. We're doing Blizzard stuff. We're trying to take a more active role in doing our Blizzard stuff. We're grabbing a specific quest reward weapon. We're gonna start bonking things in the face while Blizzard is active.
From which romance shall bloom.
You guys taking notes on how Flora's Riz works?
Done. Now to attract
The first step to Riz is to shit your pants, or have someone else shit their pants and then donate to you.
It worked! It worked! What a specimen! Glornish! A goblin female. Pretty name. Glornish.
What if someone else shits in my pants? That works. That works.
Oh, and just to forewarn you, the old laboratory is positively chock-a-block with traps. Y'all want to be
Why Artery over someone with melee crossbolts? Because Artery is not something I need to park farm for. Something I can have in the short term. And because I haven't used an Artery for anything, and I just want to see what it does in terms of, like, how it feels and whatnot. Technically speaking, like a dark magic doll pistol with melee crossbolts would probably be ideal, but that's a very specific ask. If I find one, sure, I'll use it. But until I find one, Artery.
Trust me, friend, you don't want to stick around. Was that it?
Just wonder if it would turn off and I can jump over. Like I said, I've not done this this quest line in like a year. And I think I've only ever done it once.
Well done, my lord! Return to me, and we'll dye Glornish with polka dots! For love! Now, I know what you're thinking. This obsession with Alma's unhealthy. I have no follow-up, I just know you're thinking it.
Being a thief is great. Way better than being a peasant. Stealing's a bit like working, only you take what you like, and you don't get business in places you oughtn't from working.
This dude's name's Stink Blossom. That's a butthole.
And I am dictating this as my last words before meeting the hoodsman's axe.
It's funny because it's a butthole.
Sure, I suppose I did piss my life away toiling in the thievery.
The dye? Give it here!
Untested Pearl Effect and Harbinger synergy. Thanks for testing. Ooga.
Head to the graveyard of lost bars. Be careful. You're heading to a spot where dozens of bards died during the poetry contest. Legends say they're capable of a terrible, mind-destroying dark magic known as spoken word. The undead bards!
I will not be calling Buttholes Stink Blossoms.
They contain the poetic essence we
I'm sorry,
need.
Ken. It seems that our season of friendship is in need of a contract renewal. If you can't call Buttholes Stink Blossoms,
You've done it!
I don't know.
Turn to me. We shall turn our unusually attractive polka-dotted goblin into a poet.
Ah, did I hear that right? Attractive? Maybe it's just not my type.
What? No. I mean, or a goblin. It's not. It's.
That's racist, Flora.
Don't be judgy. The deed is done. But is our goblin up to the task?
Sorry, but it's not as good as Balloon Knot. Fair enough.
Introduce the poetic essence into the water supply. Like
How about Turd Cutter? How do you feel about that one?
you there, Lornesh. You got anything to say to me?
Although I am a goblin bumpkin, thou art pretty as a pumpkin. I hope you don't think I'm a flirt. Away from you, my heart will hurt.
What? No! Come on! Oh, jeez. You're silly.
I think I saw some fan art of that character on my timeline, Ken. I don't know the name, but like people were thirsting over someone.
Would you? Now, what you saying?
What now? Oh, that's you. Not poor.
Poor.
So, took you literally, got a polka-dotted goblin poet.
What? Really? This I have to see.
I'm not one to harvest grain. This farmer's eyes drove me insane. She works the land, tills the soil. A glance from her makes my blood boil.
I'll be damned. She did it. That's actually impressive. Hey, how did you do this? It must have taken, well, more smarts than I would have given a poor
A
critic for.
poor. I like how they capitalize poor there.
Over drinks?
What? Oh, no thanks. Not interested. I'm betrothed to Gornesh here.
The goblin.
She's stronger than you and twice as good looking. Go brew yourself a love potion and buy yourself your own goblin.
What? How dare you?
There's so much social commentary here. Chef's kiss.
My lord, can I bend your ear a moment? I know it might seem strange to you, but the alchemist wasn't right for me. Lornesh here sees into my soul. We were meant for one another, and it's all thanks to you, my lord. There's no greater gift than love, but perhaps
This whole quest has been a Twitter thread.
My thanks.
Have I been hexed? Perhaps. It's a charm.
Okay, so we got the artery now. Can you imagine some Twitter drama? No, no. Just commenting. I guess I can keep the shell casing on. It's just I'll never have the 66% increase, but that's still a bunch of duration. Let's just see how it plays with the Sharksbane. Now here's the tricky part. This fair share does a bunch of stuff that helps what I'm doing. Like the Iron Squall points for swing speed, quite nice to be honest. Maybe I want more Iron Squall. Like Thrill of the Hunt is pretty good because that's it stacks twice in the mod, so 56% cooldown is pretty good at 7 out of 5. But I already have Ancient Rage Handle to reduce, and I'll already have 5 points. So maybe my ideal here is like Wrath of Nature's good. I guess 3 Wrath, 2 Squall, but like maybe I just want more Squall than that. Area damage helps Blizzard, but I can already get area damage here. So I think I could have just more beneficial stats here overall. But then again, it's still good to have area damage. I guess having melee damage would be good. Want to respec. Want to respec and reroll some enchants, so.
Glornesh, would you like to see my bedroom?
I thought you'd never ask.
The Riz. The Riz. I want to see where they're going. I don't care that much, though. Okay. So I need a different enchant on this. I guess having the ammo regen one isn't a bad thing now. What are the actual shots to break of this? Oh, I forgot every single item card of the entire Skulldugger manufacturer is broken in this game and has been since day one. I forgot about that. Something like 32. 32-ish.
How'd you coming a mile away?
So ammo regen off of 32 would be decent. So radius doesn't apply to Blizzard. Projectile speed wouldn't be relevant because I'm not shooting. So as good as this enchant is, I guess it's just not for this build. We run that. Hey Boom, how are you? Good to see you. What can I get that's useful enchant-wise here? I guess I still need the Blizzard one. I don't have that on currently. I want to roll that on the Tidebreaker. There we go. Let me do a quick respec. Ah, yes, the Hailing Red Hellion. I understand UI. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Definitely take Unyielding. I have a decent amount of frost damage. I'm gonna take Savagery here. I guess Quiver of Holding? Like, here's the problem. It's hard to tell what to take to move down the tree at this point. I could take Spore Cloud here to open up this tier, and then end up taking Kindred Heart to make to make the mushroom tankier. Like, maybe I do that. I guess I do that. Call Shot's not going to be useful. Holy stomach. Bullseye's not going to be useful. Not shooting. That first shot bonus damage is going to be worth. First shot bonus damage is actually something I keep forgetting Quiver of Holding does in Redux. Maybe that's something fun to build around. Interesting that freeload gives you less uptime with that. We'll take the Mushroom Taunt. Now, Headhunter is conditional damage that applies for anything that has a projectile that is capable of weak spotting. I have conditional damage already from the old ways, but this is such good value for 1 point that I think I still just take it. It's a cursed skill tree. No play the angles. I don't think I need Cold Snap because I'm getting Frost Efficiency from my enchant. Like, getting more of that would mean more Icebreaker bonus, but this is just going to be more damage. Cursed skill tree. Grabbing all three of the freeload and Wrath means overspecking the tree. It hurts my head a little bit. That works out to be fine, though. Because it means you're making a choice. With a lot of other tier 5s and other skill trees, you need to choose which thing you want more. For example, in Berserker, you got Iron Squall and Blast Chill next to each other. You need to overspec if you want to max this and have that. If you're doing guns, you don't need that, so that's fine. You just take that. But if you're not doing guns, you often end up overspecking. It's the reverse here. If you're doing guns, you probably want all of that. But if you're doing guns that you don't have a reliable way of applying Wrath of Nature, or you do have Exploit their weakness from your other tree, then you don't max that. Like, I have a couple gun builds where I don't max Wrath. There's always the option of just pulling 1 point from over here, underspecking this tree. Underspecking T4 is like a common strat for Redux skill trees. Try this. Overspecking seems fairly common in Wonderlands. Depends on the class. Like, overspecking Burr, very common. Sometimes well, in vanilla, you don't really have a reason to overspec Stabo. In Redux, you absolutely do overspec Stabo and Spore. Yeah, I don't think overspecking is actually that common in Redux, I'm thinking. Because in vanilla, you don't overspec Spell Shot. You don't even go past Double Knot in most builds. Stabo has a bunch of dead skills in vanilla. Spore Tree kind of sucks in vanilla, but you absolutely overspec in Redux. Burr Tree is the only one I can think you regularly overspec. Complaint I've had about the BL3 trees, they're shaped in a way that discourages overspecking. Yeah. Tis a thing. Tis a thing. Type of thing I wish players regretted not overspecking more often. I see where you're coming from. Let's save quit here. Let's try this in some runs. Both in shape and that the competitive tiers are usually 1 to 3. Yeah. Moe's is like one of the perfect examples of this. Because you do not have much reason to go deep in red or green. And you have no reason to overspec blue. Purple is the only one that ever really gets any overspec in builds I'd consider optimal. Blue times is overspec. Meta shifted to a point, and meta shifted to a point no longer happens. Well, yeah, the decentralizing of Empire, I guess, is what caused that, right? As soon as we had other options, just I rarely take the skill. Yeah, 1.9 pickaxe with a bad hilt mod and no element. Yay. That and purple gives IP stuff. Yeah. Overspec blue for lack of other useful things. I suppose, yeah, Iron Bear gets absolutely nothing below Specialist Bear and green. Doesn't get anything... I mean, it gets minimal impact from Phalanx. So functionally, it doesn't get anything of value in red after experimental munitions. Yeah, makes sense. Flag purple tree overspec. Why are you like this? Who made you this way? Right, Sabo is deep red. Got a rage handle? Yes. Or you don't on DLC 5 and you get everything. There are wrong ways to spec with BL3? Yes. There are suboptimal ways, and then there are outright detrimental ways. Now, some of those ways are ways people still like playing, so like from that perspective you can say wrong, but in terms of they're definitely ways to spec that hamper your performance or can hamper your enjoyment of certain playstyles. For example, taking Black Purple Tree hampers your performance for 99% of builds. Overspecking Moe's Green Tree is almost always downgrades to gun builds, even though that one is a popular way people spec. Not taking Amara's Red Tree on gun builds is almost always a suboptimal choice. There's just a lot of value there for gun builds. But because you can clear all BL3 content without a skill tree spec at all, it's not like it makes anything impossible. Especially when pairing Flag Purple with Green Tree, which people try to do to combo with Fade Away. Really shooting yourself in the foot there. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Because there's things I would love to use from Purple Tree for Fade Away. Like, you know, there's a duration skill. It's just, you don't functionally ever get stacks. It's super deep Purple Tree. And it's just outclassed by other options. Sad. The respect mean picking every point in a tree or most. It just means taking more than 27. Like, 27 is what you invest to get a capstone. Or, I guess 26. 26. More than 26 points in a tree is overspec. That's all it means. There's some trees in Vanilla Wonderlands, for example, that you don't even have a reason to full spec. Like, you don't have a reason to cap Clawbringer tree in Vanilla, because the capstone is worthless. In terms of optimal spellcasting builds, you rarely have a reason to cap Spellshot tree, because you get more value from going to Double Knot and then taking your other tree, or not even going as far as Double Knot and taking stuff in your other tree, like capping your other tree. But then you have frequently capped trees, like Berserker and Stabomancer are frequently capped trees. Berserker has so much value you can often find situations where you're over-speccing it. Capping Mo's Red, though. Mo's Red capstone is such an interesting situation. It's a mediocre skill compared to other capstones, but in a vacuum, it's a fantastic skill. And it's an interesting skill. It's just, it's often not justifiable, but it is a based move. Got Mo's Red on my Bloodletter Deathless build. Yeah. I really like Mo's Red capstone on Mana Well builds. Because if you ever lose the fight against the Mana Well drain, it'll kick in and give you some of your shields back. So you could turn it back on if you need to. Or it's just a nice safety net. It's also very efficient if you look at it from a gun damage per skill point spent perspective. What, 20% gun damage for a skill point? That is higher than most skills. It's just the opportunity cost of going that far down the tree. Fine, I'll turn on Blizzard again. Stop saying correct things. I'll do my best. Then a tree that recharges shields quickly rather than focuses capacity and you have a winner, or make the damage if you want like Athena's Clear. So put it in flag purple. Why are you like this? Because I'm bitter. Fair enough, Boom. You okay? Traded for capacitance? Oh, in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, but I would trade capacitance for, like, almost any other skill in any other tree in that game. Almost. I would literally trade capacitance for a pointed jab cross. Jab cross is an Amara skill that I meme for being very low value for how deep in its tree it is. Force feedback? Yes, I would take force feedback. I'm not kidding. Would actually benefit both? Yep. Confident competence? Yep. Way better value. Crit Zane. Yeah. Purple Tree do be giving you a lot of crit. I think what slot I want to focus. I guess we go armors for a bit. Better fair share would be good here. Maybe we go farm fair share. That's the snake lady, right? Blizzard's good at farming that. Yeah, I'm comfortable with doing that. Not as much as my Criflac Copium. No, we're not including Hunter's Eye weirdness. Oh, I haven't gotten that fast travel point down there. I guess I gotta grab that. Good job, stomach. Another example of a skill that's very efficient per point for gun damage. It's placed in a spot where people downplay it. Clawbringer's Firebolt. It's 10% gun damage. Now you might say, wow, 10% gun damage for a tier 4 skill. Oh, yay. That's a lot. For one skill point, that's a lot. And it's placed in a location where you can easily use it to get down the tree, so that makes it very, very good. But if Firebolt was a capstone, it would be underwhelming. Better than what Clawbringer currently has for a capstone, but underwhelming. Lightning Skill and Redux also super worthwhile. It's worthwhile in base game as well. Just because it's not a deviation. It doesn't require you to overspec, doesn't compete against other things, it's still just good. Black T1 Red deserves more credit for rivaling most T1 Blue for most curse math. True. Art of War is massive gun damage per point on Zane. That's a good fair share for blast chill stuff if I was going to do that. I'm going to farm the Anus. It's actually the Stink Blossom. Sneeze. Apologies. But if commitment was fuel, fuck off. First of all, bless you. Thank you. Snake sticks. I guess snake stick is decent here too, but ancient rage handle is really good for maintaining my uptime. Second of all, you're right. It's time to farm the Stink Blossom. Lastly, I just hope I got the enemy right. You did. You did. Fell on a lightning spitting dragon and now it's teabagging me, as is custom. Overspec Flak Red. Yeah, that's actually a common slight overspec. Irish. Good thing to point out. Converted to Vampire Healths are so good. They are. They absolutely are. The reason why I'm using Ancient here is because this build does nothing if Blizzard isn't active, so I need Blizzard uptime. Vampire is a very underappreciated hilt mod, because I could understand people sleeping on it if it was just 10% of health or just 10% of ward, but the fact that it's both gives you so much buffer. Like, there's a unique melee weapon, a quest reward. The body spray. It's an axe. Get it? Axe body spray. Um, its whole gimmick is if the enemy has a dot, your vampire health doubles in effect. So 20% health and wards per hit is absurd tank. You can just chill in the bathwater. Yeah. You can bathe with drill with no consequences. If you bring body spray, you can take a bath with Daryl for as long as you want. No? It's valued by my standards. Named, please. I guess I could use a liquid cooling on this build for when I need to shoot. Makes sense. The cryo boosts. I have ammo regen for when I'm swinging and holding the artery. Forgot how words worked briefly. Save point of respawn at is under the dragon's foot. Degenerate. Bad desert for the dragon to take the dogs out, huh? You make me sick. Sword ring. No, ASA companion damage on a snake stick's pretty good here. Even an ancient one. It's pretty good. It's about finding damage on my flak. Damage dealing hits insanely high, very infrequent. Posting tree in Discord. Okay. What kind of build is it? Is it a gun thing? Flimsy from fade away. 3-shot or gorillas in the mist? Shot. Okay, let me look. Scrolling. Does plate mail trigger ancient twice? No. It'd be really cool if it did, but no. Okay, yeah, so Rage and Recover is one of the biggest survivability skills in the entire game. You really want that. Skipping Eager to Impress is severely hampering your cooldown. Overclocked is like pretty mid of a skill, and Self-Repairing System isn't doing as much for your survivability as you think it is. But Overclock would do more than Self-Repairing System. If you're doing 3-shot fades, you can justify Hidden Machine investment. So I changed up the green tree here. Red tree's fine. Having 1 point in Who Rescued Who is good for keeping your pet alive, just in general. So I pulled a point from Second Intention and moved it over there. Because that's just 1 point's worth of reload speed. Two Fang is only valuable if you're running guns that really have like 3 or fewer projectiles and really heavily benefit from getting that additional projectile. Ideally ones that get splits like Becca and stuff like that. But if you're running Two Fang at this level, then I guess you'd pull another Second Intention point and put it in Two Fang. Mostly using the Hellwalker? Okay, yeah, you don't need Two Fang at all. Ignore Two Fang then. Doesn't really do shit for you. If you're using the Hellwalker, and this is one of those rare cases where you'd get some value out of a little bit of purple. Just the reload speed, but you do get some value. You could run something like this. Starlix, Flipper, Maggie. Okay, yeah, none of those benefit from Two Fang in any significant capacity. Run that is what I would do. Point Eager doing that much. So 1 point Eager is 1/4 of a second back per kill. It also means your pet's attack command gets refreshed if the pet ever gets a kill. Think about what happens if you, say, shoot on your 3rd shot of fadeaway, you hit one enemy, you kill them, and your ricochets kill a second enemy. That's 2 enemies dead, and you've gotten half a second of your cooldown back. Fadeaway has a base cooldown of 45 seconds. Cooling down half a second in less than a second is huge value, especially when you consider any cooldown rate increases you have, such as from topped off, or maybe you have a passive on your calm artifact. It's a huge percentage of your remaining cooldown. Having sufficient points in Eager to Impress lets you loop Fadeaway very easily, to the point where something you could do in that spec that I posted is you could pull all of your points from Overclocked, take 5 Eager. At that point, you're getting 1.25 seconds back per kill. So think about it that way. If on that 3rd shot of Fadeaway, you fire, it ends, you kill 2 enemies, you've gotten 2.5 seconds of your cooldown back just on those 2 kills. Now, if you then go and kill 2 more enemies, well, after topped off cooldown bonus, you've recovered like half of your overall cooldown. So you could go 5 Eager And instead of one eager, you would just pull the points from overclocked. Honestly, I think that is a better spec. Hey, Gage. Kind of an expert, no big deal. I can vouch.
I just saved you from a lifetime of embarrassing yourself. You're welcome.
I barely played 10% of his life as Flag. Don't put it that way. It's not that much. It's like 5%. But like 4 or 5 into playing Flag at least. Giga Chad. Go later, y'all. Have a good one, Boom. Thanks for stopping by. Not disputing for this build, however, in general, would ETI not work like Grizzled? Ergo, it comes from base cooldown. Won't benefit from topped off shortening effective cooldown. Grizzled has diminishing returns. ETI doesn't. So, like, you get the same exact value on every single ETI trigger. And because it doesn't account for what you've shortened with your cooldown, having both in tandem works out really favorably. And I guess a big part of it is the way fadeaway can be looped. Like, your third fadeaway shot will end the action skill, but you'll maintain the benefits on that shot, so it's very easy to use your third fadeaway shot to get another fadeaway back, as long as you have large amounts of cooldown and ETI in tandem, but you do need both. My point is 1 second ETI is the same as 0.33 post topped off. Yes. I still think consistency in investment is most likely better than overclocked, because overclocked has its own, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. Like, the fire rate will be minimally impactful on the weapons Irish is using, and additionally it can desync your leave no trace, which can cause you to have to reload more often, which is a DPS down. I still think it's more optimal, but minimally impactful beyond the second or third point? Sure. You're not wrong. When I want 5 in Hidden Machine, Hidden Machine only applies to enemies that are currently taunted by other sources or that have never aggroed you ever in their lives. So your uptime is limited. Now, sure, when Not My Circus is active, any enemies successfully taunted by that will have Hidden Machine active on them, but it's still an effect you'll have limited uptime on. Rage and Recover is one of the best healing skills they've ever made in any of their games, and it'll be active every time you kill something, for both you and your pet. Rage and Recover is just a better skill. Not disputing that investment, just thought the motivation is attributed how much ETI does. Yeah, I guess my perspective on ETI there is a little flawed. I do give it more credit from other builds that I like it in. For example, for Nova Spam, it's huge, because it can be the difference between having another Nova available and not. For gun builds, it is less impactful. Yeah, for gun builds, you have head count available as well as another thing. So you have combination of head count, eager to impress, and your natural cooldown. These skills existing is why it's good design that Flak doesn't have much cooldown as a stat at all. Like, the only source Flak gets of traditional cooldown outside of topped off and gear passes is an augment for rack attack, which you don't even take for that reason. You take it for the other thing the augment does. Gotta go. Thanks once again for the help. Always happy to do it, Higgy Brit. I hope you have a good one. Good to see you. make it work. Having 2 kids below a year old, work, study, and have a proper night's sleep. I'm sure you're making it work better than I ever could, Don. I'm sure. I'm certain. Did Grizzled not have diminishing returns? Why did he get 2 skills? I mean, Moe's gets traditional cooldown in utterly absurd quantities everywhere in her kit. So, like, well, not everywhere, but a lot in purple and then an anoint. And you have, like, a skill in blue, I guess. Irrelevant? It's not irrelevant, you know it. And then you have a class mod that completely bypasses the concept of a cooldown. You don't need it. You don't need it. Don't you talk to me about cooldown? Yeah, the Amara player. The Amara player took that personally. Do 2 points in agility so I can get 5 at eager instead of 4. No, I think because you're using the Hellwalker specifically, reload speed is going to be of greater value to you. I didn't know that's how some of the cooldown skills work. It's pretty disappointing. It's, yeah, like we mentioned, it's part of why it's good that Flak doesn't have regular cooldown, because it would be kind of wasted as a skill in situations where those exist. It's a little less relevant to the point where I did forget the significance of what Priz was mentioning, because I'm so used to Nova builds on Flak, where head count is not relevant, because those Novas can't crit, so it's just off the table. And making sure to have that high raw value of Eager to Impress, so that I get more cooldown refund per enemy killed, is better for chaining Novas. But like for traditional gun builds where you have both head count and Eager to Impress in play, it's like... And then for Moe's, Grizzled having diminishing returns means it's great for like your first 3 kills, and then it starts to be like, okay, why did I have this spec again? Blizzard plus Storm Smite good. Unfortunately, in vanilla, Blizzard can't be made good under any circumstances. In Redux, you can make Blizzard good, but you need the augment. So you can't get Storm Smite and the augment. Would have guessed that -1 second is -1 second. I forget your box. Yeah. You'd get more damage almost certainly out of just getting an on-level Bounty Hunter, Irish. Bounty Hunter does a lot of shit. I like Cosmic Stalker as a comm, and it's by no means bad. It's a good all-purpose comm. It's just Bounty Hunter is Omega cursed, and for basically any build that doesn't need a Peregrine or, you know, something very specific in terms of effect to the triggers, if you want just something to boost your gun builds, it's stack bot or Bounty Hunter. Like, always. Melee crit chance melee damage on this one. The fire rate's not useful, but this is more towards what I want. How about Stackbot? I don't think Stackbot and your currently selected weapons and action skill are gonna be particularly synergistic, because Stackbot has value if you either quickly get to the max stacks and then use it on like single high value shots, or if you just stay at high stacks. Hellwalker is not going to benefit from either of those approaches. So you'd have something like Gorillas in the Mist, where you're staying at the max stacks for a long time. Or you have something like Flacker or Stagecoach, where you are looping so quickly that you're stacking and restacking, where one Flacker shot or one Stagecoach shot can get you all of your stacks under the correct circumstances. Hellwalker can't do either of those, so I don't think for your current setup.
Oh, this isn't even fair.
Once again, another Hellwalker L. L plus ratio plus overrated item. Plus doesn't make top 15 shotguns. Sad, a shotgun blizzard would be cool. You can kind of do that with one of the armors in Redux, Don. The one I'm farming right now, the Fair Share, lets you convert half of your ability damage, like half of the damage from something that does ability damage, into the element of the gun you're holding. So half my blizzard is doing dark magic right now. Makes a cool noise though. Yeah, does make a cool noise. Boba Flack, nice.
The look on your face.
Cat. A cat. You are a cat. What are you doing? A lot of loot. You know, sometimes you get lucky spawning 5 of the enemy, sometimes you don't. Nicolas Cage's Doom guy confirmed. I would love a Doom movie starring Nicolas Cage. It would probably be my favorite thing ever. I really need to see Renfield. Is that available for like rental or streaming services yet? Hey Raid, how you doing? It was really fun in Renfield. Yeah, that's entirely why I want to see the movie, Jedi Monkey. Just Nicolas Cage being Nicolas Cage is always fun. He's a national treasure. I see what you did there. Nicolas Cage doing Doom air guitar riffs. It'd be so cool, Tom. Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent was freaking hilarious. I still haven't seen that. I've been meaning to, but I forgot to watch it because my backlog of things to watch is so massively long. I do this farm and get absolutely swarmed by coiled. What am I doing wrong? If you come from the other side, you get more spawns. If you come from that fast travel station, then you don't go like past this fountain too much, then you get fewer enemies. Like, you trigger more spawns coming from the other side. Like, Eddie the other direction. It's also a longer walk. From the same waypoint. Maybe you have a quest active that introduces more spawns then. I don't know. Available to rent for $20? Yeah, I'll probably watch Renfield this week then. Thank you, Kirk.
your pardon.
Also, I'll get to testing Harbinger right after dinner, I'll let you know. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, Claw Spore is an option here. Yeah, if this armor... I think they have plans to make it so that skill can roll more than one. Because it... Dragon's Fury, I think is the name, only rolls one because Blasphemous Favor is the skill it replaced, and that one only rolled one, despite it being a 5-pointer. Like, getting that plus 5 on a armor could be a lot. Because at 5 points, it's 10% per matching element, right? So 10 out of 5, 20% ability damage per equipped item matching the element of your currently held gun. That's a decent amount. $140 total. Yeah. 5, 6, 7. Yep.
That was about as I expected. Ready to cast.
For anointed, like what? Enemies? Items? Mr. Steele, how you doing? Enemies all at once. That's why it's good to have like a launcher available. Waking up. I almost derailed my sleep schedule again over the weekend by taking naps at bad times. The hardest part of adulting is not accidentally becoming nocturnal. I just want to get a fair share with the right class combo at this point and some decent substats. Like area, melee crit chance would be good. You'd nap so bad. Discover West, there's a fatty now. My sigil blocked 2/3 shots yesterday. He's not like tanky, but he's got health more in line with other bosses. He's still mechanically a joke, so he still gets memed. But like he's definitely not a pushover anymore. But their hotfix definitely worked for that. Maybe you can confirm this with your own testing, Mr. Steele, if you have an interest, but I tested Stab-O-Matic again, and it seems like it's still not doing the thing. I hate being the guy who's like, yeah, this doesn't work. He has a backbone now. We got to see dragons. Yeah, he actually spawns the burb. Or has time to spawn the burb on a couple builds now. Please tell me you're kidding. Yeah, Frost, we tested... I'm not kidding. I tested earlier. We discussed why it's difficult. Like, it's not an incompetence thing, it's just the way the game handles different damage sources thing. Like, melee is an on-hit. And assigning multiple on-hit bonuses to one thing, I don't even know if you really can. But here, I'll just show you so you can see. You can make a clip if you need to or whatever. But let me hop over real quick. Stab-O-Matic's one of those things that, like, yeah, it's tough. Probably getting the scaling? No. It is still only a shotgun. Now, something it might... No, it still shouldn't work that way. Disregard. Yeah, it would still only get the gun card. But here it is. Oh, wait, hang on. Pause, champ. That's a different value. Hang on. I don't know why this is different than the value before. It was like 3,000 something before. So we got 4892. No, it's still doing the thing. So there's something weird about it. You saw I took off a melee ring, and it's the same value. I guess before when I was loading into this character, I didn't have either of my rings on, and then I put them on and it didn't change. 4892 with one melee ring on, and with two, and with 0. So what happens if I equip 1, save, quit, load back in? I should get something below 4892, but above 37, whatever the fuck it was earlier. It might be that the gun snapshots the melee damage you have on loading in, and then doesn't update, which is also a problem, because that means you could just, like, save quit with your melee gear on, and then switch to gun damage gear after you load in. Late but not too late for maybe you are, Nunu. Maybe you are. I feel like it's cursed and that, like, the redemption doesn't work if my connection is extra bad on a day. And it has been pretty bad today. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, 4335. So, Frost, you still here? You are? Okay. So the issue. Stab-O-Matic currently snapshots your damage when you load in and does not update for melee damage bonuses. So whatever melee damage you have when you load in is what it has, even if you take that gear off. I'm gonna grab a gun damage ring real quick and see if it goes up with me equipping that. On map load between map transitions should update. That's still a problem. Because all that means is anytime you go into a map transition, just make sure you have your melee stuff equipped, and then as soon as it's done, put your gun stuff on. Which means, even if it updates on, say, going through Chaos Chamber portals, and the issue with the change in melee scaling is it's a load priority, and so what's wrong with it? Prior, which Epic fixed? Ah, okay. Optimum, can I have some fucking bandwidth, please? Oh, if Optimum let me have some fucking upload, that'd be real real nice. I don't want one with gun crit, I just want one with gun damage. Perfect. No, not perfect. There we go. That works. So 4892. Four eight nine two. 4892. You look good at 6 pixels. Ugh. $56.13. Yeah. So gun damage updates dynamically because that's what it is. But it snapshots your melee damage on map load. I don't know if that's something that can be fixed. But at least it now updates in some capacity. So like it sort of works. It's just got a different issue. What save was I on? I used my entire brain cell on that, so I forgot what I was doing. Blizzard. I was doing Blizzard stuff. Issue still has the biggest one being a melee-oriented weapon. I think the lengths to which it's problematic are being overstated, because what you guys are trying to do to it is just gonna buff it, like flat out. It's just gonna make it do the thing you don't like about it more. It does that thing less if you just leave it as vanilla, honestly. Because like the biggest problem about it in vanilla is you can make it crit really easily by just having an appropriate melee weapon equipped. But other than that, it's not the most efficient form of ranged melee. It's not the strongest. It's just an option. But if you make it a gun that also gets melee, then it gets more damage. It doesn't trigger alchemical agent anymore, but it gets, like, play the angles, Geist in the Shell, can trigger Executioner's Blade. Like, what you're doing to it is buffing it. No longer able to benefit off melee skills, which is what we didn't like. Yeah, I guess in a world where, like, Blast Chill wasn't just for swings, it works better as a gun. Yeah. It doing, 14 Blast Chills per shot would be a problem otherwise. Hey, Nova, how are you? Doing Alchemical Agent was powerful. I don't think, like, even for optimized Stab-O-Matic builds, Alchemical Agent's, like, one of the smaller things, because it's just, a lot of small hits. I'm trying to think of other melee skills that were really relevant there. It self-procking Nimble Fingers was kind of cool, but Oath of Thunder is not a big deal because Clawbringer doesn't support Stab-O-Matic all that well. I guess in a world where Blast Chill was old Blast Chill, it being gun makes the most sense. Blowing George Washington? Are you really? Micro was wanting to get a group together to blow George Washington recently. Country you'd never want a vacation in. I'll start France. I gotta go with Gage and say Florida. Got Zwad on dock. Nice. I'm gonna kind of fade out of these ridiculously powerful items for being immediately sought after in Redux. Well, that's not Stab-O-Matic though. Like, keeping it a buck, Stab-O-Matic is decent. Like, if you had absolutely perfect gear in either vanilla or Redux, it's just decent. Like Tooth Raider is more impactful on melee builds. Spellblade fix already made stab magic not as much of a problem. Yeah. I think that good job mentioning that, Lizzie. I completely forgot the yes, Spellblade was a large part of the disdain towards stab magic, because then at that point it was a gun that you could force spell and melee on, and the way Spellblade applied that spell damage was not as spell damage, it was as conditional, which is something that other guns couldn't as easily get without having to hit a crit spot. It's this whole thing. Spellblade is a huge part of the issues Stab-O-Matic caused. The other thing's Buffmeister. But Redux already dealt with Buffmeister. Vanilla already dealt with Spellblade. It's a lot less crazy. Been enjoying Back 4 Blood recently. Have you played the Trials of the Worm mode much, Nova? I really like that. I haven't. It's very enjoyable. You know, customizable difficulty roguelite shit. Really, it's not good enough an option to even consider using two flying enemies. Well, we've identified that we know how to get the melee damage on it now, so I think playing around that weirdness and trying to get it to just, like, get your melee, not do anything silly beyond that. I think it has value, at least on paper, the way it should math out with it properly getting the melee damage. It should just be good. It's still not going to be better than Executioner's Blade or Fatebreaker or Stormdragon's Judgment. But it's an option. But without it getting both the gun and melee. If it just gets gun, then it's just a purple shotgun, basically. It's like it gets slapped and damaged by the Red Hellion and the Circuitous Gyre, which are just shoot gun Hyperius shotguns that have much better damage dealing stats that don't reload nearly as often. Avoid storing items in your bank, the load screen says. You can't stop me! I need more mules. God, I wish my ISP didn't suck. What was I saying? Yeah, not triggering the melee skills is... I understand that from a design perspective. I do think that a possible answer here, if the snapshotting of stats can't be addressed, is... It once again comes back to... It might be time for the sunset of Alchemical Agent. Controversial take. Like, yeah, we're on the same page there, Frost. The optimal way of dealing with this may very well be put it back and then gut Alchemical Agent. Because gutting Alchemical Agent also solves other problems. I know, that's a shitty thing to say, but Looking at it purely from a balance perspective and not a what I enjoy perspective. As y'all know me and Alchemical Agent. We're like this. What problems would it create? Lowering the effectiveness of Alchemical Agent. Some of the melee damage sources in this game might be noticeably impacted with power, but I highly doubt any would, because as long as AA does what it does, like, reduce it to fucking 1%, it's still crazy. And because of the Redux changes to Deep Stabotry, you still gain a lot of power, especially for melee, by going that far. Like, it's not like you still don't have Stalker and 1,000 cuts. Potential, from the shadows. It's just, it would result in a power decrease for melee as an archetype. Any melee build that runs Stabomancer, to be clear. We've known for a bit, from this past month of Redux Stabomancer, that Deep Stabotry is massively overtuned for a lot of builds. In particular, it's Alchemical Agent, Blade, both of the augments are very overtuned. It's not like dot melee is disgustingly strong right now or anything, right? Like, Unrelated, what do you think of bump and melee crit chance on rings and armor? 20-25% during spell crit chance, rings and armor 45-30 or lower. This max crit chance on a melee weapon is 21. Super rare, can only roll in 2 weapons, and you get up to 55% crit chance or higher in spells, most commonly 33-35% chance. You don't get melee crit chance in any skill tree. You get general crit chance from Stabo Feat. But then otherwise you don't get melee crit chance in skill tree at all. You do get spell crit chance. I'm just working through the pros and cons, thinking out loud. You do get spell crit chance from Spell Sniper, which is boostable by armor as well. There's a couple different melee weapons. There's a hilt mod that give you melee crit chance, even though Rampage kind of sucks, but it is a thing that exists. As you mentioned, there's a couple melee weapons with high crit chance. You've got Pickaxe can get up to 21, Rage Handle can get up to 21. Other than that, you're looking at purple commas for max crit chance. I don't think spell crit chance on rings needs to be as high as it is, but I also don't think that the stat itself really matters at all, because it's to the point where you most likely don't even need it a little bit, because with just hero point investment and Spell Sniper and a spell with a decent crit chance roll, you're good. Also, spells can naturally crit. Majority, anyway, can naturally crit. So it's irrelevant in that way, too. So I think it's one of those situations where, yeah, you can justify reducing spell crit chance passive, but, like, I don't think it's worth doing, because it ultimately doesn't matter. Now, melee crit chance passive going up, on paper, it makes sense for the reasons you listed, but the thing with that is, does melee as an archetype need any sort of increase anywhere other than specific melee weapons that are underperforming? And I think the answer to that is no, but I'm curious to hear what you guys think. Hey, Nova, thank you for the 3 months. Prime. Yep, money. I appreciate it. 15% melee crit chance seems a little too low. Need double crit chance rings times 2 and armor, even though you don't achieve 100% melee crit chance unless it's all critical ascension. I mean, there's other crit chance boosts, though, right? You have... Sabo class feat got buffed in the mod, which, sure, it applies to everything, but most effectively to spells in melee. What's max class power in the mod? 30... 55? 55% of 50? On top of that 50? That's a lot of crit chance there. You have Bog Totem crit chance, which is global. You have post-ad from Awe, as you mentioned. You have hero points crit chance, which is a global. I still think you have enough melee crit chance. Especially for how powerful melee is right now. If I want to throw hammers, I want to crit, yeah. Yeah, that's true, but it's multiple instances of damage still. It's...
Really makes the eyes water. Oh,
like, ideally you want it to crit. Burst for melee, all damage. This may be an interesting one. Alright, I'm sick of farming this shit. Like, I'm just trying to step out of my own bias here because I'm a big fan of, you know, the crit building melee stuff. I'm a big fan of that. You guys all know that. Trying to have a fair and balanced take here. Melee's overpowered. That's the thing we can't escape here. It's already overpowered. When something strong does have a downside, can we justify removing that downside if the collective thing is still overpowered?
I'm sure the next feud will have better luck than all the rest. Let the magic begin.
It's like, did Zane need splash immunity type shit? Like, do you remove the one downside of a thing? You have a little bit of inconsistency with melee. Now, sometimes that inconsistency is too much. Like, I think Blast Chill being as inconsistent as it is sucks. I would love if Blast Chill was not 20% and was like 60% or something. Or if it went up per point invested. So getting Blast Chill armor would give you a lot more consistency, but that's like a whole separate conversation. I'm fine with a little bit of inconsistency as the drawback to Melee's power. Is The Ring a scary movie? Like, will it scare me? Probably, honestly. How to make something OP, remove all its downsides? Yeah. It wouldn't be removal of all the downsides in the case of Melee, because there's still some enemies that literally can't be hit by it. Oh, that's health bug for sure. There's some enemies that literally can't be hit by it. But I don't know. I still hesitate to advocate for anything that would work out to be a melee buff. Maybe it's something to visit later, but I think in terms of what needs balancing attention is ability up, gun up, melee should go down. Spells can probably just stay where they are. But I don't think your conclusions on the stats are wrong, Mr. Steele. I think you're right that spell crit chance doesn't need to be as high as it is, because it's very accessible.
I almost don't want to kill the rest. Who will tell everyone how impressive I am? Oh, right, I will. Carry on.
May sound off topic. I've been playing Chivalry 2 recently. It just feels the weapon balance is fairly off. Some of the weapons have little no downside from buffs they've gotten. Others are too weak because of it. Yeah. Again, somewhat related, but Gage was doing some BL3 One Life stuff. yesterday on stream and experiencing a couple weapons that had been buffed for their endgame performance that just completely pull you out of the playthrough experience. And there's a lot of weapons like that in BO3. We all know. We all know there's a lot. Yeah, you were there, anybody. For everyone else's benefit, I'll elaborate. But like, a man's got a Star Helix and was like, why is this one-tapping every enemy? Now, those of us who know BO3 endgame know that the gun's decent, but overshadowed by a lot of others. Like, think about the implications with that, though. A weapon that's only job is to point at enemy, do damage, does nothing special beyond that. That was buffed to be relevant in an area where it somehow managed to still not be relevant, but it still invalidates the areas of the game where it wasn't buffed for. And it's an item you get early. You get Star Helix at Power Troopers, Atlas HQ. So you could just use one from there for the rest of the game, and it invalidates everything up until endgame, at which point where it starts to fall off. But that's what happens when you buff a thing for one section of the game in a way that affects every section of the game. Now, given the choice between BL2, where they never balance most of the items to matter in endgame, or BL3, where they balanced a lot of items for endgame, but it completely invalidated story difficulty, I would still rather have the BL3 approach, because guess what? The story difficulty can be invalidated by fucking everything anyway. Like, you could not equip gear and then use action skills only, and it's still easy. I would know. I've done gunless flak through all content in that game with no difficulty. People have done gunless Moes. Gunless Zane is super doable as well. I think gunless Amara would be interesting. I think if I was going to do another BL3 playthrough, I'd do a gunless Amara. It'd be fun. You can just buff gun damage passives on armor and rings, be higher help guns, I think. I think that's a good solution, because that wouldn't buff the gun dot builds, it's just the regular gun damage. I think that's an interesting solution. I can't think of downsides. You guys think of any downsides to that? Always love to hear multiple perspectives. Where's the fucking shark? Obnoxious. I need to wait. Us as a whole need the help. Less than people think. Like, I've struggled very infrequently with gun builds. It's just, like, specific guns need the help, I would say, more than the archetype. Now, I think the archetype as a whole would not become problematic if it got, you know, like, a buff like that. Sure, the strong ones get stronger, but the strongest of gun wouldn't be busted by getting, like, another 25% gun damage total. Like, whatever. Especially because we just got an hourglass nerf. Which is kind of fine. One thing with gun builds getting buffed, very fine line between them being underpowered and overpowered. Yeah, if you do too much. Like, let me get back on the lightning bolt chuck build after this and show an example of a gun build that does not need. That if you buff it too much by buffing guns as a whole, it becomes a problem. Ricochet's stronger than my shots. Sometimes groups of enemies just insta-die when I get crits. They're not stronger than your shots, but if you're triggering Hollow Point, then Hollow Point is stronger than your shots. So if you're getting that Hollow Point explosion, yes, that is stronger than your shots. Marshmallow play the angles from the shadows, for example. Yeah, that's something that if that gets too much stronger, is a problem. There are guns that are in a good place when built around with multiple class combos, such as the Dragonfly, the Midnight Wisdom, Mulligan, Torg Stickies, Sawmill. Those are guns you can just kind of use on any gun build and they're good. Thought I had Dreadwind Frying Pan. I guess it counts as holstered while you're Dreadwinding. So you're not melee attacking. So you would get that projectile damage from the rear. But like, what does the game consider your rear while you're Dreadwinding? Is the question. Thanks for testing. Thanks for testing what my rear is. Where is it? There it is. On the other hand, so many guns do essentially 0 damage even for mobbing. Those are like individual buff cases. Like Spine Touches as a whole, every flavor of Spine Touch is good. That's Lightning Bolt Chucks, that's Spell Pixies, that's Hydras, that's Shrikes, just guns with wings. It's Dagger Storms, like that entire type of item is fine. Divergent Chuck is good. Sword Explosion we know is good. Swordorang I need to do more testing, but like it might be okay. Bloodshots can be good. Oh, Thunder Fury is good. Shadowfire Chucks are good. Boreas Breath I haven't tested. You know, Ski Prod's goated. There's a lot. It's just, I think it's more isolated cases of guns that people want to use not being good than anything. Like, if you're trying to use this random Thorn, this is probably going to be fucking awful. Even though it's got good base damage, this gun probably doesn't do anything. Something like a Magic Barrel Black Powder Shotgun that isn't one of the uniques probably doesn't do anything. Torg Magic Barrel Shotguns are just pretty bad in general. You know, regular Hyperius shotguns aren't very good. I think it does come down to item choice. So I think just buffing gun damage on rings armors wouldn't fix gun builds. It'd make stronger ones stronger and weaker ones still weak. There's some in the middle that would be pushed from this feels okay to this feels good. But I think in terms of addressing the problem in one stroke, it wouldn't. Like, if we were to do one strategy to address the state of gun builds being inconsistent, just doing that ring armor increase wouldn't do it. Also, you know, there's the fact that they might not be able to separate which ring stat goes up. Like, increase ring primary stat might just increase all of them, which would be a buff to melee and spells, which is, makes the whole exercise pointless. I think individual item buffs is still the way. This is the way of addressing the gun situation. So like this that I'm doing right now, do we think this needs buffs? I'm using a shotgun a lot of people don't even know about, and it's able to chunk obelisk bosses like that, entire rooms, completely safely. Here for the gun build drama, Heavy? Hey, Epic, we're just discussing the whole ecosystem of build balancing and stuff. Hey man, Divergent's fucking awesome, even regular shots. It's a slept-on gun, which brings it back to the issue of its gun selection. I think there are a decent number of guns that could use some specific balancing, but I'd say touch those guns rather than doing sweeping stuff that could cause stuff like what I'm doing right now to get stronger. Because, like, if you do too many things that affect guns as an entire archetype, then stuff like the Divergent, well, Furior as an entire manufacturer, Torg as an entire manufacturer, start to get problematic. Then you're gonna have to look at doing massive sweeping reductions because you did a massive sweeping increase. So, like, I think it comes down to, if a gun's shit, like the Phoenix is just shit, the Echoing Phoenix, it's just a bad gun. Buff that. If we say hypothetically, it was possible to take the gun damage stat for your Fealty Oath is a bad example, but on, like, you know, championship rings, and make that 30 instead of 15, just like how Sharksbane, it rolls 30. If they could do that, and then Sharksbane, I don't know, maybe goes 50 instead of 30, some shit like that, you risk having to tone down guns as well as still buff some guns. Like, it creates more problems. It might solve a couple, but you're solving 2 and creating 5. You have so much spaghetti. Let's go, Viper. Give me some. Give me some. Harbinger proc with Pearl Stacks active, you get 2 seconds of infinite shields. Huh. I need to not think too hard about that. That sounds too fun. Furior Fealty Oath seems bugged to me. There's no way the passes on are intentional. It's a vanilla thing. Furior Fealty Oath in vanilla is just able to roll weird shit. Like, it has a crit chance passive, which is like, why are you a thing? And then for some reason it also rolls double gun damage. And for some reason also the mag size is sometimes cursed. Like, that 55% mag size, that can't be a normal thing. That's fucking strange. I don't even want that there. It's just, it's the one with 40% gun damage, so I still have it. It's just Furior that's cursed. Well, I guess Skulldugger in vanilla is cursed a different way. Like, the shots to break, if you go above volatile, loops around to a negative value. But I think that's fixed in Redux because no volatile. You look into that, thumbs up. Unpopular opinion, I think some weapons like Reflex and DNA were a problem. DNA got overbuffed because the Sog became better. Cutsman and Cutsman got nerfed. Cutsman didn't get nerfed. And Cutsman's still a good item. Remember, DNA is an upgrade to the Cutsman if you are able to get to Mayhem 6. If not, you still get something that approximates the behavior for lower difficulties. I think that's fine. I think the more problematic instance is Dictator Monarch, where Monarch is not the problem. Dictator's the problem. Because Monarch itself isn't even overtuned if you look at builds as a whole in BL3. It's that Dictator is just shit. Dictator got left behind. Yeah, Cutsman just fell off over time. And it's still viable, it's just more of a struggle than if you were to use a lot of the items that were introduced later. Blinking is a good prefix name? You would say that. How's Quadler? Quadler's good, Viper. We're talking builds, balancing, and damage, dealing, archetype balancing, and Redux. Turbo nerd shit. No. So, it's a Monday. It's a long how am I? I'm doing well. How are you? Damn, got left behind. Yeah, there's a bunch of items that did. And that's what happens when you overcorrect on a big scale with anything. Like, with Mayhem 2.0, they decided that the max difficulty would have 12,500% more HP. So if you do something like that, suddenly you have to buff 90% of your items to keep up with that. And anything that doesn't make the cut for a direct buff gets left behind. And that's what happened. They reduced Mayhem 10 from 12,500 to 10,000, but like 10,000% still leaves behind a lot of items. So. Damned made me warm. The Damned is cool. Because it's still better off than the rest of its manufacturer, because it has a better manufacturer gimmick. The Damned has the Hyperion manufacturer gimmick, so it's automatically better than Stoker's. Good question, Exclusive Sanity now, Stabmatic scaling now. Okay, so we figured it out, Epic, what's happening. It does get the melee damage, but it snapshots your melee damage when you load into the area. So the problem with it now is you can then unequip that melee gear, put on gun damage gear, and have the benefit of all of it. And it won't update if you, like, equip a higher melee damage ring. It doesn't change. It still looks at whatever you had when you loaded in. It's weird. I spent a few minutes testing. So, like, I had different values with if I loaded in with no rings equipped, if I loaded in with 1, if I loaded in with 2, but it would not change from whatever I loaded in with. But gun damage rings do change it. So, specifically, it only snapshots your melee damage. At least it's scaling. Someone said it wasn't. I was like, bro, tested it numerous times where hotfix went live yesterday. Most likely needs patching and test that further. Yeah. The testing that indicates that it wasn't scaling, because I was having that problem at first as well. People were most likely loading in and then changing their melee damage and then shooting, instead of shooting and then trying to change their melee damage and then figuring out what was different there. Because, like, if you load in with all your melee gear on, you shoot it, you take it off, you shoot it again, it doesn't change, you're like, oh, it's not applying. But trying it with different combinations shows that it is applying, it's just not changing. So it's properly getting both gun and melee now. It's just got a different issue.
The skies will darken, some people will die. The coffee shops will be out of oat milk, and they'll... and it won't be okay.
BL3 is just a bad case. They overbuff, not a lot of nerfing. Most people associate nerfs as being bad. The upgraded website filler is sort of a fine concept, but out of line in some cases, IMO. Yeah, not enough nerfs is definitely a problem that BL3 suffered. Like, we went from extremes. BL2 had both not enough nerfs and not enough buffs. And then BL3 kept the not enough nerfs thing, but also added too many buffs. But then some weapons never got enough in the way of buffs. So it's like every flavor of the problem. Off to work. Have a good one, Mr. Steele. Thanks for hanging out and for your insight as always.
Nothing on my... I am invincible. Oh, I am invincible.
No shot, I hit this. I hit that. Could be it needs to be patched, but ends up being just hard bugged me to look at other options at this point. I would consider reverting it back. Not too sure yet. Feedback welcome. Yeah, so we had this discussion a little bit ago. Frost popped in, and one of the options on the table, I think the one that would keep the Stab-O-Matic's power level lowest while still having it do some sort of melee thing, would be revert to vanilla and gut Alchemical Agent. Because Alchemical Agent causes other problems. And melee as an archetype is overtuned. That reduces the power of melee as an archetype, promotes you experimenting with more class combinations. It helps deal with the problem of Deep Stabo Tree being very overtuned right now. And of the other skills and effects Stabomatic benefits from by being melee, I can't think of any that are as pervasive. Like Oath of Thunder being there, you either get Oath of Thunder or Oath of Fire, and they're the same value and stuff. Both are just kind of fine. Buffmeister has been addressed in the mod already. Spellblade is already no longer a problem since Vanilla changed that. I can't think of any other problems. Didn't want to drop the percent given from Alchemical, doesn't need ammo. The fact that Alchemical is a double dip is huge for damage. I think maybe to start, keep it as the dip and just see what happens if you slash it by some big percent. Like, cut it in half, quarter it, put it to 10% like you did with Barbaload. Any of those, just to see what happens. And then at that point, if it's still too strong, then just make it not a double dip at all anymore. Because I honestly don't think melee needs it at all. It's just people are very attached to it because I really like the feel of Alchemical Agent melee. It's very nice to feel like you're rewarded for your gearing style, like getting that high crit chance, selecting weapons appropriately, and then getting good formula after that to see your big dot ticking. It's nice to like put a big dot on a target, on a boss, and then when the immune phase ends, just see the dot one-shot it. It's cool. It's fun. It's cool, and I like it. But it is overpowered. It just is. And melee doesn't need it to be good. Feel Wonderlands is not a lot of buffs, not a lot of nerfs. Yeah, it's just not true. That is not true. It's absolutely not a lot of nerfs, but there have been so many buffs in this game. Like, for example, in the week where they did an entire hotfix balancing pass for just the ring slot. I think they adjusted 10 total rings. 2 of them were nerfs, or it was either 2 or 4 of them were nerfs, and then 6 of them were buffs. I think it was 4 were nerfs, 6 were buffs. Still, majority buffs, yet people just didn't internalize that. And those nerfs worked out to be between a 2 and 4% overall damage loss for people who were using those rings. Now, the kicker is, switching to the other rings, or using any of the ones that were already buffed, you came out with more damage. But people had an emotional response. Feel 3 of more nerfs would have done so well. Yeah, nerfs are important for game health. Hey, Body Sphere, we talked about this earlier. Love this item. Got a good crit mult, I forgot that. Maybe I do a Body Spray Reaper of Bones build, just because that'd be fun. At a point there, I just feel there could have been more. There always could have been more. There always could have been less. There always could have been a different approach. A, hindsight is 20/20. B, in a game where you have as many moving parts as this, something will always be left behind.
Come on, have some fun.
I'll see a nerf to backburner and kick charger. Why? I'll give you the why it would be good and why it wouldn't be good. But, like, why? What's your reasoning? Perspective matters a lot here, and I can give you solid reasons for pros, like why that would be good and why it wouldn't be good, why I would want it, why I wouldn't want it, and what they could do instead in each case. version going crazy. Igor, get back here. There we go. Kick charge is nerfed by being inaccessible to farmers. Just wish they'd slow down some of the changes in Wonderlands. Looking at you, Claw nerfs, some things prioritization-wise could have waited. Yeah. The timing of certain things was off. Like, early reductions in player power to anything except Spell Shot could have waited for people to figure out how to use some of the other stuff in the game, but Devil's Advocate, people aren't going to experiment if they're already centralized around certain things. So there are things that should have been nerfed way earlier that either got nerfed later or not at all, and there are some things that could have been buffed early. There's some things that, you know, got nerfed early that could have waited for later, or not happened at all. For example, Buffmeister should have never made it into the launch game in its state at all. Just, it should have been gutted before day one. Pixies didn't need 3 separate buffs in 3 months. Spellshot didn't need a month 1 buff, and then another month 1 buff, while Clawbringer got 2 month 1 nerfs. Yeah, Firebolt. Firebolt makes sense. If they were reorganizing how the gun damage stats work, Firebolt change makes sense, just not then. Because post-change, Firebolt is still one of the most efficient points spent for gun damage across all characters. It's only outmatched by Spell Shot and that's it. It's the biggest non-Spell Shot gun damage skill point in the game. Second biggest that I can think of is Burnt Offering on Blightcaller is 9% per point, which is less than Firebolt. Spellshot has the number 1 and number 2 gun damage skill points, while Clawbringer has number 3, but it's only 1 point worth of it. I think you could nerf early, just needs to come with the mentality that reverting nerfs can happen. Yeah. That's important to note as well. In BL3, they unnerfed a few items that they did nerf early on. Like, Hex was nerfed early and rebuffed in almost every area later. It still kept the duration nerf, but they undid the damage nerf. Hellwalker was given a slight nerf early, and they massively buffed it later. Too much, but... Lucian's Call and Rowan's Call were given early nerfs and rebuffed later. King's and Queen's Call were given fire rate nerfs and then given damage buffs later. Flacker got like 5 different changes. Changing course is okay. Personally, the way I see Kickcharger Backburner overshadow many other launchers, almost every other GLaDOS launcher. However, I would say the buff doesn't need much. Just bring it. Say the nerf doesn't need to be that much. Bring it line with the other GLaDOS launchers. Because GLaDOS can make fire rate, not big damage. So every gun should have the potential to do big damage and be good. So it shouldn't be so strong out of the gate. Okay, neither Backburner nor Kickcharger come even close to the upper end of launcher power in that game. I'm sorry to tell you. In terms of dealing damage in a single shot, they are both overshadowed by lots of things. Now, Backburner has the downside of it's very hard to use in terms of if you have a lot of splash radius. It's very dangerous to you. It acts really weird in low grav areas. It does eat a lot of ammo. And as Epic can tell you, farming a Backburner is fucking miserable. Now, Kickcharger, yeah, Kickcharger's stupid. It's also fucking terrible to farm. But yeah, kick charge is stupid. Still not anywhere close to a peak damage thing. It is simply easy to use. But this is something that Epic's brought up as well. Ease of acquisition of an item should absolutely play a role in its power. Drop system just sucks ass, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, when you have items that have massive numbers of variations in what they can be it element, anointment, enchantment, you know, individual parts here that cause massive swings in behavior or damage. When you have all of that, and then you stick it behind a percent drop rate, and sometimes that percent drop rate is behind an enemy that isn't always there, or sometimes the runtime to do that run is like so long. Like if you're trying to farm, let's say, the Globetrotter from Scourge in the Guardian Takedown, if you are a world record level speedrunner, that farm takes you 16 minutes per run. Scourge regularly drops 0 legendaries for people. And that's in a world with Anoint rerolling, where that's less of a problem, or at least a can you can afford to kick down the road. It's the system that's the problem there. But, going back to the point being made, item acquisition plays a role in the power. Something like the crit and the hail are absolutely overpowered. They don't need to be that strong, but Salt in the Wound is the fact that you can get them at level 8 without any combat. Gearbox themselves know this because they moved the Hellshock off of Gigamind because it was too much power too early, despite the fact that Hellshock has 3 tiers of other Malawan pistols above it. It's a good gun, by no means is it underpowered. But like, it's so much power so early that they moved it. They moved it to Pandora Part 2. Sad reality is there needs to be bad weapons. Like, man, people hate to hear it, BL2 with far better gun diversity if Herald sucked ass at endgame. Well, not only that, it's a two-step system, right? Like, there isn't just one thing you have to do. I think a lot of weapons did need to increase in power in Borderlands 2, but I think that could have only happened after things like Herald decreased in power, because you had a couple things people like to use, and then they don't use anything else ever. People have been losing their minds, shitting their pants, and spraying the walls over farming a Herald every 5 levels for the last 10 years. And they'll tell you there's so many builds and stuff in that game. Yeah? Why have you been doing the same playthrough for the last 10 years and using the same items? If there's that much diversity. Why don't people do the endgame in that game at anything higher than OP0? If there's so much diversity. It's because the balancing needed more attention. Eight OP levels? Yeah, though the weapon balancing wasn't nearly as much of a problem before the implementation of OP levels, but we can see this happen with both OP levels and Mayhem levels. They introduced a level scaling system that required massively more power and did not adequately buff things to meet that level of power because that new threshold was high up to the point where you needed something. Now, what you could do is something like how Redux has the Chaos tier structured, where the jump in enemy health from 0 to 10 is not so much that some items are completely invalidated. You do have to make smarter choices because that's the nature of difficulty. That's just gonna happen. It is going to narrow the choices you make, but it does not feel restrictive to the point where you have one right answer and 200 wrong answers to a problem. It's not that restrictive because it's not 10 character levels or 10,000% HP, you know? There's still guns that are underperforming in the mod. I don't want to pretend that there aren't. There's still guns that need individual attention, but it's not to the point where you need to do something like give the lob 1,000% buff. The lob got 1,000% buff so that it would just be fine in Mayhem 10. They buffed a gun by 1,000% to make it fine. Shout out to Diablo 3 having to give item sets 40,000% buffs to individual skills instead of buffing those skills. How many buffs does Malik's Bane get? 4, and it's still shit. I prefer gun diversity in games, but some guns do need to suck, otherwise content becomes a joke because things like Star Helix getting overbuffed. Yeah, and the Star Helix overbuff situation is, it's still not good in endgame. It's like mediocre. But it's absolutely monstrous in the early game, where you get it. If you didn't get the Star Helix until like Necrotafeo, fine, whatever. But you get it on Promethea, and then it's useless in endgame. At least max difficulty endgame. Now, some items need to be bad, because you can label those as playthrough legendaries, you can label those as entry-level things, you can label them as things you get on your way as you progress through tiers of power. And there's some weapons and items that are perfectly justifiable as being, like, for playthroughs. For example, they give you from a literal pre-order item the Badass Combustor. It's a shield that has no value after the first 40 minutes of the game, but it's still got a nice place for that 40 minutes. You got the Binary Operator, which is trash at endgame, but it's one of the best items you could possibly have for a playthrough. It's like a New Game Plus power fantasy type shit that you can use on any playthrough after you've gotten one on another character. It's great. Like, weapons do not need to be, hey, I can structure an entire build around this. Ooh, that's problematic. I just take the L there. I've never died in that way before. Oops. My fault, wasn't paying attention. Weapons don't all need to be in a place where I can, make a build around this and only this and be fine. No, that's not how balance has to work. Different items can have different roles. I.e., people like to call the res from Arms Race in BL3 bad. No, it's not supposed to do damage. How can it be bad if it does the literal one thing it's supposed to be for? It's a gun that reses players. That's incredibly useful. But there's been people who unironically want the res to, like, get a damage buff and be able to farm bosses and shit. It's like, that's not what it's for, homie. It's okay for it to do something else. Infinity's a good example of a playthrough gun. I mean, yes, but also, Lizzie, the Infinity has received multiple buffs in Borderlands 3. It's still bad at endgame, but it absolutely breaks a playthrough wide open. So, like, it was fine in a playthrough before those buffs, but it's in the Star Helix position where it's trash compared to everything else you'd consider usable in endgame, and it makes your playthrough have no difficulty whatsoever. But, like, and BL2 Infinity never is BL3 Infinity. BL2 Infinity is also shit. Source, equip an Anarchist, and it's immediately better. But the point stands. Just like the res, because I'm a small, bald Zane softy with no desire to co-op. See, as a Flak player, it's useful in solo, because you can revive your pet with it. You can even revive your pet with it while you're both down, and then have the pet come revive you. So it's got specific use cases. Oh no, the divergent die doesn't... I guess I shoot. Forgot to get ammo when I respawn. That's why I'm in this situation. How did that happen? Whatever, man. Reset this run. Fuck you, Fyodor. I can't talk and Fyodor at the same time, apparently. Tankman was buffed a ton and it's still mid. Tankman also took a weird stealth nerf at some point. Mr. Sean found out recently.
Enter the chaos die.
Can't get over this guy's weapon though. Never seen it and tickles my fancy. It's cool. Such a cool idea for a gun. Yeah, and it's not one people gravitate to because it requires specific use and then doesn't give an amount of power that guns that don't give specific, that have specific use cases have, right? Like, this is less true in the sniper category, since it is a sniper that behaves like a sniper. Cool. But, like, if we're looking at, say, the pistol category, Kings and Queens Call are awesome guns that feel good to use and have specific use cases. That is the same weapon category as the Unkempt Herald and the Free Radical. Peak Kings and Queens Call, still weaker than those two guns. Even when you operate within its lane, it's still weaker than the guns that are just good at everything all the time. Regarding BL2 Infinity, you get it so early in the playthrough, you might not even have a purple gun. You know, that's fair enough. That is where responsible placement of dedicated drop locations can be good. You can put an item that'll be really good for a playthrough at a point in the playthrough where the player might want that. That's cool. As long as it is power appropriate and doesn't become the only answer to a particular situation, you know, I'm all good. I'm all good.
And trust them all. This is my world now.
9-volt boomer, creators, barrage, warlord.
Kneel before
Well,
your
the EMP5 is a utility gun. It gives you a shitload of movement speed just for holding. That gun doesn't need to be changed because its purpose is not dealing damage. Sure, it's a gun so you can shoot it, but it's a utility item. The other ones that you listed are just guns that don't have enough damage to have any real use case. What? 9-volt, for example, is a good example of a playthrough-oriented gun, because it is deady drop only. It only comes from a boss in a completely optional area and nowhere else in the game. Comes from a boss you fight early in the story in a completely optional area, and comes from nowhere else. So yeah, 9-volt being bad is kind of fine.
Legions of foes, attack!
Just to smash my M1 as fast as I can with Fade Vlad and Nuke, Grave Warden,
Get ready to roll up and
farm levels in the original BO3 end game. I mean, at that point, that was just BO3 not having all that much content. Like, that was before takedowns, before events, before all DLCs, you know. But yeah. Make an okay 0 gun build with Infinity, that's one case. No. People love saying that, Irish, but hey, guess what? You can still equip any other pistol on 0. You still can. You're still making the choice to nerf yourself by using an Infinity. You can like it, but you are still choosing to use something worse, and then calling it an okay build. Accepting that it's a nerf to yourself. Like, as long as you accept that it's not better than other options, sure. Something doesn't necessarily need to be better than other options. Priz and I love the Beacon pistol, it's fantastic. At the time, it was a functional upgrade to a lot of other stuff in the game, but now it's just like, if you're using the Beacon, in most scenarios, you are choosing to use something weaker because you like it. It's important to frame it as such. You know what's the ultimate BL3 nostalgia for me? Week 1-2, Moe's Sun for the Road versus Chupacabra, just my choice weapon, Sun for the Road, Flood or Hellwalker. Nostalgia. Meme weapons are fine to have, buffing easy to... Guns to get ruins early game in the Spirited game, yeah. Doll has a lot of sucky meme weapons, and that's fine. And creators for utility, there's literally a Doll legendary, it's only good because for it to be 4 bursts, it's a world drop, and it's sucky damage. Should not be buffed. I mean... One of the arguments people make about that gun in particular, this being the Barrage, right? Its entire legendary gimmick is, yeah, it has a faster burst delay. And, like, slightly better than purple stats. But I think the problem with that gun is that, why is it a unique? Like, why are we making uniques that aren't unique? So I don't think that item necessarily needs to be buffed. I think it needs to just be a different item.
This regular boss, chance you have against a final boss.
For the memes, is it funny? Not really, but again, not every gun needs to be good. Yeah, not every gun needs to be good. I just want items that are labeled as unique to be meaningfully unique. Doesn't need to be good. Like, the Girth Blaster is a gun in that game. It's a pre-order bonus gun that's entire thing is it shoots Nerf darts and does shit damage. That's the gimmick. You can have a gun be intentionally bad for the memes, and it has a good place in the game. It's still fun. Like, Borderlands has a bunch of items like that. There's a water gun, a Nerf gun, a grenade that's literally just a slice of cake. There's 2 poop guns. 2? Really? There's one that shoots condiments. No, not condiments before one of you makes the fucking joke. Ketchup and mustard. Viper, go play Bloodborne. You have time while waiting for Bloodstar Beast to kill something. It's toxic. Bloodstar Beast is good. You're just Moe's. I was a 1 mil on that, Chuck. That was nice. fine with the Sleeping Giant being a meme, and then it got buffed. Well, the Sleeping Giant is still so awkward to get value out of that most players will never bother. If you build to its strengths with very specific approaches, it's good. But it's still something you need to follow very specific guidelines for it to be good. Boomer being bad is funny. It's arguably more funny now that it's just okay. Don't put that sound into my head. Too late. I need to farm some Lechance. I need Lechance's legs. I just remembered that I was going to do that. Only do this for like 15 minutes or something. Just because I don't want to stop conversating. But I really do want Lechance legs for this build. Be great if the Wonderlands UI would function. Twister's my favorite gun in Land's history. Such an awesome weapon. Twister is a good example of a gun that feels very unique, is powerful, like has a unique play style around it, has pros and cons. Like there's so much good about the Twister gun, and it still has something major wrong with it. Why is it a blue? These games have a wonderful way of doing something so well accidentally that still has some horrible oversight with it because of some ill-conceived system that they just won't let go of. That being the rarity system, meaning absolutely fucking nothing in that game. That's why I never understood people who want for pearls to come back. All it is a color. Now, pearls as implemented by Wonderlands Redux, that's a good implementation because they have a unique thing about them. What's the problem with Twister being blue? Why is it not a legendary? Why is a sourced item that comes from a, relatively speaking, difficult enemy not a legendary, which is supposedly the entire identity of that rarity, rather than the same color as the third worst flavor of non-unique items? Like, why does blue rarity have multiple meanings? And why, when you're running around fighting enemies in that area, do you have to check every blue just in case you're leaving a Twister behind, only to find that it's some random bad-rolled coach gun? Legendary would make it a 1 out of 10 drop blue, 1 out of 3 makes sense. That's not how it works, Raid. It is a legendary, it's just arbitrarily blue. That's the point. Why is the Twister a blue? Why is the Cobra a blue? It doesn't affect their drop rate, it's just a color that doesn't make sense. Why are some purples unique? Why are some blue? Why are some legendaries? The colors don't mean anything. That's why it's a problem. Like, you have the Cobra, the Twister, the Stink Pot are blues that are hard drops to get, that are just weirdly blue. Why? Why can we not get a rarity system that that means something? Hive, yeah. In some cases, it's like, if you've decided that the definition of, okay, if this is a unique that you get through some non-combat method, like from a quest turn-in, or from, you know, talking to this NPC or something, then that's what blue uniques are. Okay, but that's not even uniform. That's not even what it ends up meaning. like, okay, temporary items you only get during quests that are uniques. Okay, do these have a specific color associated with them? Fucking no. Some of them are green, some of them are white, some of them are blue, some of them are purple, some of them are like... I think that argument makes sense for Cobra. Way too rare to be blue. The blue uniques being literally a higher drop than legendary makes sense. Why? Because there's blue uniques that are 100% drop rate from doing quests in that game. Why are those in the same rarity? Why are they exactly the same, assigned and categorized the same by the game? If, with your logic, the hive makes sense as it is as a blue unique, why is the Sandhawk and the Pimpernel and the Lady Fist and the Fibber all that too when they have a 100% drop rate? How you doing, Glenny? Favorite gauge was so much fun. I happen to agree. I am a gauge enjoyer as well. We're not common. We are not a common breed, but I'm a gauge enjoyer. I understand as a theory crafter she's fundamentally flawed and they should never have done some of the things they did with that tree, but I really love gauge. How does one go from gauge to flak? I'm still mystified. I don't know. I don't know how I did that, to be honest. I make weird choices. That's all I got for you. I think it's multiple issues. Crowder loopholes, rare spawns, and what color to make quest rewards are all totally screwed. Stinkbot being 1 in 3 and a legendary being 1 in 10 makes sense. But it's not uniform. That's the entirety of the point raid. It's not uniform. I don't care that the Stinkpot is, you know, not very good and as such is given a better drop rate. That's fine. They can do that within one rarity, like, already. They don't need to make it a blue and then blues are also non-uniques, and then there are blues that you get from turn-ins. There's blues that drop that have higher drop rates than that. It's not a defense. It doesn't need to be that way. The entire point is that those items being blues is dumb. Because blue already has an assigned meaning in the game. And if you're gonna have exceptions to every facet of every meaning of every rarity, then what's the point of the system other than having a bunch of colors on screen at all times? Like, it just makes you have to look more through every loot pile. Redux did it right, giving quest rewards their own color. Exactly. Exactly that. And this is a systematic problem that's been present in every Lands game, including Vanilla Wonderlands, including BL3. It's to varying extents. Like, it's definitely less of a problem in BL3 than in, say, BL2 because there's fewer rarities. But it's still present. Like, for example, in BL3, there's 2 white items and 5 blue items in the legendary pool that have legendary drop rates that are just world droppable and have their own dedicated source. And, like, they're just different colors in the legendary pool. The hail and the crit come from the same place, the same exact method at the same place. One of them is blue and the other is purple. Echo 2. Echo 2 is the white, and then for blues you have Revengeinator, Hunted, Hunter, Huntress. And, yeah, 4. 4 not. 4 blues and 1 white. Yeah. Like, Crit and Hail come from the same place in BL3. They're different rarities. It gets even more cursed with BL3. There's a legendary that doesn't have red text. There's a unique green that also doesn't have red text. And this, BL3, being a game that has this problem less than, say, BL2 does. Wonderland still has this problem, you know, outside of Redux, because there's Quest Rewards in blue, Quest Rewards in purple, Quest Rewards in Legendary, no meaningful difference between them, they're just weirdly a different color. The one exception to Redux is Sword Explosion, and that's an intentional shout out to what rarity it was originally. All uniques purple, purple come blue, blues come green, greens come white. I think just the unique rarity in Redux is fine. Just if something is a unique and it's not, you know, something you go farm, if it's like associated with a quest, put it in the uniques rarity. That's it. Simple as that. And then everything else, legendaries. If you're gonna have some legendaries that all collectively have some sort of weird thing about them that's different, then that's where Pearlescent, as done by this mod, works well. Because they can be categorized by some sort of shared trait. Seraphs in Borderlands 2 are great about this, because these are items that came from raid bosses and have their own associated currency and vendors. That works. They have a defining trait. There is no difference between Pearlescents in Borderlands 2 and legendaries, aside from these come from this specific place. Okay, then why does every DLC not have its own rarity? I mean, they kind of started doing that, but... I think there's a huge conflation between color and power level, and color is difficulty to obtain. Calling it rarity is a bit of a misnomer at this point. Yeah, classification is definitely more accurate than rarity, because, like, you know, acquisition varies with these. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. It holds up as the concept of rarity for the non-uniques during a playthrough, right? Like, you start out seeing mostly white items, then you start seeing a couple of greens, then you start seeing some blues, and then by then the white items are mostly phased out, and if you get really lucky, you find a purple. Like, it still works as rarity for that, with legendaries being something you get very infrequently at that point. But as soon as you get to endgame, different. Out the window. Especially if you introduce more rarities after that. Yeah, the game calls them rarities. I don't think it's the fault of the player base for assuming rarity is in reference to how rare something is. Salad being a legendary despite being used as a meme quest reward and shit. I mean, Salad isn't shit. It's a very impactful utility item. In terms of place in endgame, it gets used in builds as much as some legendaries do, so that fits, but you're right, it's a quest reward. Why is it legendary? Why are only some quest rewards legendary? Why is the Amazing Grace in Borderlands 3 a not particularly good weapon that is obtainable nowhere except its own quest, that can't be anointed? Why is that legendary? Whereas the Melter Masher from DLC 1, which is a not particularly noteworthy Jacob's pistol that comes only from its quest and can't be anointed, why is that one a blue? Like, what's the difference? You know? CMT more rare than a lot of legendaries. If we're gonna get pedantic, a CMT is just a homing... It's just an Atlas grenade. It's just a grenade from the Atlas manufacturer that happened to roll some specific substats. The naming just changes to make it a CMT. Ultimately, getting an Atlas grenade at purple is less rare than a legendary. It's just... It goes down to specific parts. It's why getting a drop is not getting the drop. Why getting a Kaisen is not getting the Kaisen. Because getting a Kaisen, not particularly hard. Getting one that doesn't suck, pretty hard. Why is the 7th sense a legendary? Which 7th sense? One's a legendary, one's a purple. Sorry, there's actually 4 different 7th sense. One is legendary, 3 of them are purple, and they have 2 different functions. So, none of it makes sense. Or like the 7th through 10th senses.
Now we're cooking.
Got him? I think so. I think you did got him. I'm not saying it's a player problem. I think it's so deep into the core. Gearbox designers probably don't agree. Color should be power level of difficulty to obtain. Yeah, at this point, it's reinventing something core, and maybe that's not seen as worth it. It's like Dead Island 2 isn't on an island. It's just a how things have been sort of deal. Like, what are they gonna do? Rename Dead Island to Dead... What landmass is LA? What type of classification is LA? Because it takes place in LA, right? Dead Coast? Yeah. Trash. Like, what are they gonna do? Call it that? And like, no. So it makes sense why it's still called Dead Island. So like, calling the rarity system something other than rarity, despite the fact that that stops meaning anything after level 30 in this game. Dead traffic. In fact, diamond keys give quest rewards, and some of those quest rewards fucking change rarity is amazing. Yeah, diamond keys don't even... Like, the pool they've selected for items that you can get with diamond keys is so strange. There's some items that are in the pool, it's like, oh, okay, it's cool that this is here. But then it makes you ask, why is this not here? For example, you can't get light speed, but you can get Stinger, Globetrotter, Webslinger, Mayhem 6 items, Asclepius. Why? Hey Lee, how you doing? You get Echo 2? Yeah, you could get Echo 2. So the Lilith chest, the one you get at the end of the story in Lilith's quarters that Tannis opens for you, can give you any base game world drop legendary. That includes the Echo 2, the Revengeinator, the Hunter, Hunted, and Huntress. Those are 5 items that aren't legendaries from a chest that gives you only legendaries. Because they are legendaries, they're just a different color for some reason. Using a melee build, cannot find a better melee weapon than the level 1 chaos one. Level 1 chaos one. You lost me. What's the name of the weapon? Your rock's actually being super progressive. Was that the play the whole time? Make the Major Kong agree and it wouldn't matter. Yeah, I mean, Major Kong is the highest non-eraser requiring damaging weapon for one-shotting in a single target scenario. Yes, I had to get real specific there. In Borderlands 3. It's got the highest just base damage. It's got a 7.5 times charge mult. Major Kong fucks. They could make it green, and it would still fuck. It's 1200 damage. You're not giving me a lot of information here, Lee. Like, the name of the item? Like, some items are better than others, but I don't know what you're talking about with level 1 chaos versus level 20 chaos. Items don't change per chaos level. There's brackets of rarities that increase. So like the sub-rarities, chaotic can roll on items as long as you're in chaos levels, and then starting at 20 you can get volatile. Starting at 35 you get primordial. Starting at 50 you get ascendant. And all those do is just add 2 character levels worth of stats per tier, and like any item in the game can get those rolls. So you could just have one under-leveled item without knowing the name of the item. Yeah, some items are just straight up better than others, but without knowing the name, all I can tell you is you might just have some under-leveled ones, or you might have found something really good. I can't really be any more precise than that without more info. Look for better damage numbers? Usually, yeah. Better damage numbers goes a long way. For melee builds in general, keep an eye on the crit stats as well. You want to, if you can have some combination of decent in all of the stats, including the attack speed and the crit chance and the crit damage, all that matters a lot. I'd say one people overlook a lot is the crit damage stat. You want to have something good there, while still trying to have good crit chance as well. That's why a lot of people really like the Goblin Pickaxe, because it's just good in every stat category. You're not an omniscient mind reader, but you're a content creator. No, I'm a content creator, so it means I whine constantly and hope people pay me for it. I'm whining, please pay me. Am I doing this correctly? Thank you for the 100 bits, Viper. Yes, you're doing it correctly. Already got my prime, it's true. Thank you again for that, Nova. Touch bolts are so good. Like, here's the problem I'm having right now. I'm not getting any Lachance leg drops. But even if I do get one, even if it actually does come from here, come from here like the item card says it does, it has part variants. I need not just any Lachance's leg, I need a specific Lachance's leg. Running soaked? Yeah, that's what the launcher's for. The launcher is applying soaked. His left leg or right leg? His middle leg. I said never mind. What's your opinion on the rerouter shield? It's weird. It's outclassed by other options. And it's just got a bunch of weird stuff about it. Like, rerouter is the only legendary in BL3 that doesn't have red text. Just a weird thing. But ever since the implementation of the version 0.m, as long as you're able to, you know, clear Valkyrie squad, you can just get a shield that's better than rerouter, since the health return on rerouter isn't, like, as good as it presents itself to be. So, like, it's one of those items that's just kind of redundant. And since version 0.m isn't even DLC, it's just outclassed by another base game item that is still very easy to get. Oh.m was ahead of its time. Fantastic item.
Now we're cooking.
Chat, look, we got a blue. Is that a super unique item that's build defining? Or is it just a random eruption? Took it to Wish for anything to really compete in the single target space, and even then, O.M has more use cases. Yeah, Wish and O.M complement each other well, as jointly sharing the position of, hey, you want to one-shot something with a launcher? It's probably going to be one of these. I like that there's alternatives depending on the exact flavor of the weapon. That's good game design to me. Those two shields complement each other very well. Borderlands 3's shield slot is just very well crafted as a whole. I know a lot of people like to get hung up on the Revolter being very free feeling, but even in a world with a Revolter, there is almost never a best option, quote unquote, for a single build archetype. Revolter's strong, but it is frequently outclassed, and it has competition in almost every type of build. So, or when people use the O.M a ton, times high Revolter. So yeah, you're doing exactly what I'm telling chat is like, don't do that. O.M and Revolter have no overlap for optimal build usage. Like, Moze doesn't give a fuck about Revolter. O.M is way better. Yeah, O.M is useful for action skill stuff on maps where it's allowed to spawn. Devil's Advocate putting unique items in each rarity encourages you to look at loot more. New players may encourage more. Hey, this seems neat. Fuck it, I'll try shooting it for a level. But those players are going to do it if they see the loot beam that is the entire, like, the purpose of that loot beam is to tell them, hey, there's something you might be interested in if you see this color. If you spread that across every color, more people are just like, hey, I'm sick of having to look through every item. Like, it was a direct complaint in BL3 lifecycle. People hated the number of drops because they didn't want to look through things. Now, I personally think that's a weird take. Because at that point, then, just don't fucking look at them. Like, let other people get their drops. But you see what happens there? Like, if you make an item, say, blue for no reason, players have to check every single blue. Just in case it could ever be that item. And that sucks. Whereas someone who's gonna experiment is already gonna experiment. You know, trillion guns, though? Consolidating rarities to actually have meanings doesn't reduce the number of guns, Irish. A trade secret. Builds used ODM still use it after Revolter was a thing. The shield people heard Revolter was OP and forget other shields existed. Exactly because they repeat exactly what you said in the chat. Of insert other shield here. Oh, but Revolter says hi. They just repeat that and then everyone like assumes that that's how it works. No. Here, let's look at something real quick. I'm gonna look at Borderlands 3 time trials. These are endgame speedrunning world records. And I'm gonna go by activity, by character, and see how many of these runs use Revolter. Let's look at Raids and Arenas tab first. Okay, True Guardian Takedown, Flak, none of them are Revolter. Amara, the first place run is Red Suit, whereas the other four are, I'm not sure which is which, some are Stinger, some are Revolter. Moe's, I think that's Old God. I think it's Old God for the top. I think it's Old God for all four of them. For Zane, it's Wish. The Scaled Guardian takedown, you know, we don't even talk about that. For Malwan takedown, none of them on Flak. The same general mix on Amara between Revolter, Stinger, and Red Suit. Malwan, again, it's Old God, Wish, and O.M. That's for the takedowns, where people love trying different builds and pushing, see how fast they can go. I'm looking at these categories, and almost none of these top times are Revolter builds. Very few of these. Still cross Revolter gives fire rate. That could have been an entirely different shield. Super Soldier and Revolter both give that massive fire rate mult, that 50%. But most people forget that Super Soldier does it. It's only those two shields that do it. Yeah, the point is, if you look at the top 5 clear times for endgame activities in Borderlands 3 in that document, almost none of those runs use Revolter, because it is not nearly as centralizing a thing as people like to believe it is. Specifically because BL3 shield slot has competition. Now, we can go to an example of something of a similar power level that simply doesn't have competition, and that's the Body Rune in this game. Body Rune on its own is not crazy. It has a lot of effects, more than it needs, generally feels good to use, but it doesn't have that level of competition. It's easily the most commonly used shield because it doesn't have competition. You have, in vanilla, in very specific builds, you can justify a Cursed Wit. You can extremely sporadically justify a Spirit Rune, even though Body Rune eats most of the Spirit Rune's effect. And then you have, what else outside of that? Amp shields, sometimes, for the sake of flavor. In Redux, you have the Agony, but the Agony is basically filling the role of being a supercharged Cursed Wit. It's still between Body Rune and Agony. Hammer and Anvil because melee. Hammer and Anvil and Mace Wardu are really enjoyable shields that I love, but at no serious level do they compete with Body Rune or Agony for actual power. You use them because you like them, not because they compete. High Frozen Heart Snowshoe. Snowshoe has a specific use case. Snowshoe is a better pick than Frozen Heart for most builds that run Bloodletter. Not even when they always proc alchemical? Yes, not even that. Because guess what? Is Hammer and Anvil going to be your only source of damage? Are you dealing damage with anything else in your build? If the answer is yes, Body Rune, Cursed Wit provide you more value because they buff that thing. Also, Hammer and Anvil only triggers when you take damage after the shield has fully refilled. And then it spits out a hammer that hits twice. 2 instances of damage for every time you get a full refill on your shield. That's not nearly as impactful as a shield that gives you an always-on 20% fire bonus element and heals you for 15% of HP over time every time you get a kill. They are incomparable. Bad Egg mentionable? Yeah, Bad Egg is decent. But in the conversation we're having, it's outclassed by Body Rune, it's outclassed by Cursed Wit. It's kind of in the same neighborhood as Hammer and Anvil and Mace Wardu. It's good. I love it from a stylistic perspective, and it can absolutely provide value to builds, but because it is outclassed substantially, it becomes less than memorable. And the whole point I'm drawing here is that Wonderlands has this problem immensely with the ward slot. That's why it feels like the ward slot doesn't have options. It does, it's very hard to compete with the 1.5 centralizing things. Whereas Borderlands 3 has so much diversity in that slot, and the only reason people feel that it doesn't is because people say it doesn't. Yet we have time trials leaderboards showing multiple things are in the upper echelon of clear speed, and Revolter is the least represented of those things. Roughly 42% of builds on AmaraBuilds.com use Revolter. Other shields in use: Brawler Ward, Wish, Red Suit, Beskar, O.Emmer One-Shotter, Ember's Blaze, Void Rift, Stinger, Frozen Heart. It's a lot of shields. You'd have further options from there because Black Hole functions as a element-swapped Void Rift with one fewer feature. Like, let's say someone wanted to be weird and deviate from that build and not do the cryo stuff. Black Hole's an option. Nova Burner has a stronger Nova than most. It's just a small radius and it's locked to fire. There's lots of shields you can use. Mana Well is an insanely awesome shield that no one talks about, because it has one area of overlap with Revolter, and it doesn't get looked into further than that. So mad about the Void Rift buff? Yeah, it'd be like that. Hey Super, how are you? Listing off some of my favorite shields that I use for builds. And want a couple builds, Nova Birder and Torch extra shields option on the build. Yeah, Messy Breakup is another one. That's really good. Faulty Star sees some use. Band of Sidorak. Did we mention Super Soldier? Because there's Super Soldier as well. Like, there's so many options. Borderlands 3 literally has more options in the shield slot than its predecessors have in the gun slot for their endgame content, max difficulty. But then, as discussed, Wonderlands, you know, there's just not a lot of competition in the slot. There's stuff that's good, but non-competitive. Made Hellfire Mara setup, easily competed MTD with it. Yeah, you can support a lot of otherwise underwhelming items with the correct build in that game. It's one of the things I like about it. Here's another shield that's actually pretty good. That got a little overshadowed over time in that game. Mr. Caffeine. I bet a lot of you forgot that item existed until I brought it up. Corrosive only flak me and build solo Valkyries with just Messy Breakup. Revolter can't do that. Yeah, Revolter on its own does not inflict damage. One of the fastest clearing build archetypes in Borderlands 3 is shield as primary weapon. Never used Mr. Caffeine. I can tell you why with a question. Warrior uses Mr. Caffeine. Blue. It was a blue unique. Going back to that issue. All In was pretty fun. Yeah, All In's a great shield. Trade secret. All In is fantastic. It's a true drop rate increase from its boosters. And it's one of the best cooldown options in the game.
Would you look at that? I'm all reloaded.
There was a window of time. Now, at the time, people didn't use it this way, but the window of time between Malawan Takedown coming out and, like, Mayhem 4, between that update and DLC 1, Loop of Angel had the argument for being the optimal driver shield in that window of time, which was a period of about 2 weeks. Because Loop of Angel gives cooldown while your shield's broken. At the time, All In did not exist. Revolter did not exist. So, it was the most cooldown you could have, and there was not a competing damage option in that slot. Outside of slight amount from like, Sidorak. So, Loop of Angel had a use case for a window of time where a lot of people didn't know the item exists. Because guess what? It's another blue unique. It's even a blue unique with a shitload of nostalgia attached to it.
You should have brought
A bleak. Hey, some old guy. Viper never used blues except Pipe Bomb. Pipe Bomb the GOAT. Pipe Bomb's fantastic. One of the premier damage-dealing grenades for getting into using grenade builds in Borderlands 3. It's great because you can get it without any part variants, without a farm. You just do the quest, you got it, and all you need to do is get the anoint. But it's blue!
Very, very skeevy.
I'm beginning to think that LeChance's leg doesn't actually drop from LeChance. Anyone confirm? Andy Warhol's Borderlands. Every unique has his 15 minutes of fame. Yeah. Get out of my head. We're sharing the brain cell. You ever find that other hidden Redux gun? No, I've still not gotten that. Thanks, Quag and the homies, for doing grenade science. I fucking love grenade builds in BL3. Every character in that game has viable grenade builds. And it's awesome. It's lovely. The more we've talked about stuff today, the more I just weirdly want to do a gunless Amara challenge run. Like, playthrough into endgame. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
2 out of 5 stars of impenetrable darkness.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think this item doesn't come from here. Despite what the card says. I don't have one on me right now. Saw Wonderland's Redux, how could you? I hate you. You never let up. Sometimes I feel like I'm clearing faster the Hellfire than the Fire Chaos. You're not. I'll just tell you right now, you're not. But I'm glad the Hellfire is feeling good. It's been a month, I'm salty. Follow up, if you'd like join my game and find legs in the armor vendor. However, do not look in the spell vendor unless you want that gun spoiled. You don't want it spoiled and boss will give you a clue. I kinda wanna look. I have no self-control. Here, I won't spoil chat. I'll turn my screen off so they can't see. Here's the chance. Want Echo, that's fine. Okay, which one is it? Spell vendor. Oh yeah, I know about this one already. Yeah, I know about this one. Where's my fucking source thing? There it is. Thank you, sir. Got a bounty hunter called God Butcher. Yeah, that's such a badass prefix. Have you used it? I've not used it yet. What does it do? Like when the Hex got nerfed, community didn't get the 2 mil damage fastball, they thought nades were useless. Well, a lot of people who never put investment towards using grenades were out there making content saying grenades bad. Like, you guys would be surprised how many of just the colossally shit takes regarding Borderlands 3's balance that are still circulating now in 2023 were because of YouTube videos made in 2019. That shit has that much reach. Haven't tested much. Seems really strong though. I'll have to shoot it some. It's bad. Okay, let me just one-shot this boss with lightspeed then. Sticky grenades have been in the game since launch, you know? Just, like, sticky parts on purples. A thing in particular I've noticed that the lands community doesn't like to admit is that it takes them a while to figure out what's good in the game. And before that point, they'll be very quick to say nothing's good out of the 5 things they've tried. The leading damage-dealing grenades in Borderlands 3, with the exception of the Fish Slap and Lightspeed, are all items that have existed since the 2nd month of the game. And they have always been that level of power. Gas Call was a month 2 addition. Hex, Hunter Seeker, Day 1 items. Sticky Parted Purples, Day 1 items. Fish Slap and Lightspeed got introduced 8 months in. Something around 8 months. It's still early. Oh yeah, that reload speed. Seven months in. Thank you. Not quite all. Miracle Bomb and Core Buster should be included. Right, Miracle Bomb and Core Buster were later. There are good damage dealing grenades that did come later. They didn't do a lot of post-launch grenades, but yeah, those did come later. Miracle Bomb and Core Buster were what, DLC 3? So that was another month after Fish Slap and Lightspeed and all that. Or no, yeah, it was another month after that. 1 to 2 months. Core Buster shouldn't surprise anyone. Survive? What? Because it's basically just Pipe Bomb in a better element. But then again, there's a lot of people who still like to say that Pipe Bomb is useless after it got nerfed. No, Pipe Bomb is still amazing after it got bug fixed. Trying to remember how long it took for Short Fuse to be recognized for what it was. I want to say 4 months for an integral character skill. Way longer than that for the community at large, Chris. Way longer than that. It took until, like, the post 2.0 update where they gave Mayhem scaling for the majority of people to get on board the Short Fuse train. It took so long. Because in defense of those people, it's one of those things you look at Short Fuse like, oh, okay, I guess that's damage, but it doesn't jump out at you unless you're a theory crafter. Shortly after DLC 3? Yeah. Because around DLC 3 was when they gave all the Mayhem scaling stuff. because they had to do 2 major updates post 2.0. One to correct the issue where the mayhem levels on guns and, you know, any guns that came from sources other than a regular enemy. You know, those issues. They did one update to correct that, and then the second one was to add the scaling onto action skills and all that. And I'm scaling DLC 3 the same day? Perfect. So it took a bit after they added the mayhem scaling for people to realize what was up. It took a while. But short fuse has always been dominant, is the point. It took 8 months for people to recognize Mo's most impactful damage skill, which makes her the most proficient one-shotting character with guns in the entire franchise. It took people about 8 months to recognize that, when that skill was doing that from day 1 of the game. Like, we gotta admit that we don't know things sometimes. It takes time to figure things out. I forget she got buffed during that time because people blindly said she was bad. Now, to Gearbox's credit, at the time, they didn't do much in that window to Mo's, outside of, you know, putting mayhem scaling on things that didn't need, but they did that to multiple characters. That, like, increased her power. Most of the stuff in that vein happened to Iron Bear, which Iron Bear did need something, it just didn't need as much as they gave it. Like, they gave it things, and then they kept giving it things. In terms of Mo's, they gave her genuinely nice things, like the healing on redistribution. The lifesteal on Russian offensive is a little much because of lifesteal, but you know, at least it's more responsible than Salvation. That's when they gave, I believe that was when we got the gun damage on Scrappy. PCP didn't give damage at launch. Yeah, they just gave some nice things around that time. That didn't break the character. But that is also when Iron Bear was in the midst of getting its quarterly buff. It's not even a meme to say Iron Bear got quarterly buffs. Because if you look at the timetable there, it was about every 3 to 4 months, new Iron Bear buff. For a period of 1.5 years. You can justify the first one, maybe the second one. After that, no. Meanwhile, I would have loved if Spore Warden in this game got quarterly buffs. But Redux solved that, so we good. People kept saying Mo's and Iron Bear are bad, despite Mo's actually overperforming. Because Mo's required thoughtful input from the player at that point in time. People said the same thing when Guardian Takedown came out about Zane. Yes, about Zane. Now, at that point, we didn't have Purple Tree yet, but Zane had already had Cian dead. He was already a completely mindless character. But there were people saying that Zane literally couldn't clear the Guardian Takedown. And it's like, what are you talking about? It's an aversion to this idea of figuring things out. That's what it all links back to. And then unfortunately, if you're like a good game dev that cares about your community, you'll try to throw them a bone. And Gearbox did that. And that's when they started throwing too many bones to too many things. And that's when game balance started getting to the point that it's known for in Borderlands 3. You mean to tell me my action skill shouldn't be able to easily clear all the content without any thought into builder gear? No way. crazy thing is, as I'm sure a lot of you guys who have heard me have these discussions before, is Iron Bear isn't even remotely close to being a damage leader in Borderlands 3. Not among action skills, not among build archetypes in general. It's not even close to competitive. Like, for example, Amara's action skills absolutely slap Iron Bear. But it's so easy. It's free. That's the thing. It's easy to do. Gear boosts it, but you don't need those boosts. Amara's OP. Amara has had exactly 8 days in the entirety of BL3 where that was true. 8 days. First day of Muse, first week of Driver. And because of a community focus on that, and this weird Amara OP nonsense, she had a bunch of issues that never got fixed. Referred to about 2 hours ago in the stream when Priz was complaining about Mo's cooldown, and then Stone Swan started screaming, crying, and throwing up. Which is a very valid Amara reaction to have. Imagine Amara comms. Imagine Amara in the majority of her builds wanting new class mods to go to the strengths of those builds and having to actively fight to not use the same class mod Amara players have been building around since day one. Imagine.
You haven't seen true power yet. This is my
Reenactment.
rise and destroy this hero.
Totally nothing stronger than Death's Blessing. No, I know you're memeing, you're doing the skag meme and stuff. But Lazy did some Trial of Fervor runs with various class mods, same build otherwise, just various class mods to see if any of them significantly affected clear rates, and none did, to the point where the runs with no class mod equipped cleared faster than Death's Blessing. So, yeah, nothing stronger than Death's Blessing.
This is your unlike purpose. Have you seen my staff? I'm way over.
So I'll shoot you with that. Like, Amara class mods as a category are so non-impactful that it's actually funny. Like, Phazerker is just kind of good at everything, but it's still less impactful than several class mods for other characters. Driver is great, but it's one of the few that has active downsides. And a bunch of her class mods are rendered redundant, were never buffed to keep up with stuff. Like Nimbus was great, and now Nimbus is uphill, even though Nimbus is fun and cool and enjoyable and can be made viable, but Nimbus used to be better. Fell off with time. Kensei is great. Kensei is fantastic. The damage you get from Kensei is awesome, and it has you build in interesting ways, prioritize different stats. But Kensei weirdly has no fucking duration, and is on the character with the most cooldown problems. Again, fully viable. If you're as talented as a builder as Stone Swan, you can get around a lot of these issues I'm mentioning. But, like, something to keep in mind is that a lot of these builds where he's able to maximize and get good value and interesting gameplay loops out of this man has to slap disclaimers. This shit's hard to play. Because you need to jump through so many hoops. Now, again, as a theory crafter, I love that. I live for playing those builds. That is enjoyable to me. But you think that's accessible to a larger audience? Oh no, the Divergent can bounce off of her crystal things and not do damage. That's so tragic. Pick another character's comm. Which comm are you taking? Only one? Oh, that's tough. Pixie and Dead so you could have always on clear the mind without having to get kills. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. What, you just get a vigor stack every time you do damage. It's fine. Can't believe they really gave us Golden Rule. Didn't just make all that cooldown per stack and rush. The thing with Golden Rule is it's great. It's just, it's in a game with topped off. So like, why use Golden Rule when you could just use another class mod with topped off? It's like on one end of the usability spectrum, you have Driver, which is like, okay, no topped off ever. That's fine, but I get good damage. And then on the other, you have like Phase Zerker with topped off, and then Golden Rule's just like, what am I for? Now you can get Golden Rule value, and I enjoy playing with it. It's just like one of those things that the hoops come in. Seeing Dead is using a Butcher proc against a frozen enemy, proc thousands of free the soul. Yes, yes, do it. If I take a bounty hunter, can I have the hunter's eye points on it work too? No, you just get the class mod effect. You don't get the skills. Another body spray. Hey Amber, how's Wonderlands going? Just got home from trying disc golf for the first time. It was fun. Ooh, I've never played disc golf. Wonderlands is going. I was gonna end an hour and a half ago, but we're having good conversation, so I'm just kind of mindlessly. I could even tell you what I'm doing on the stream. I'm completely on autopilot. I'm just in conversation mode.
But seriously,
I'm occasionally checking in mentally to what I'm doing in the game to see if I got a LeChance's leg. Not seeing Dead Bloodletter? Ooh, that'd be so cool. Bloodletter on Amara? That'd be a good time. Because then you'd get topped off, like, all the time. With permanent amp. That's a good pick. That barrel was rude. Now Peregrine work on every enemy hit by a $10 slam. Ooh. Some of the best streams. I'm glad you think so.
The dark
When I was my friend who played BL3 didn't want me to explain what second Duke's Mara such a particular character, expecting whatever, kept him down and get annoyed. Let me make this build. Not everyone has an aptitude or an interest for build crafting. Some people just want to, like, plug and play and go. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there's a big market for that. That's why build videos pop off, right? Mandatory Gunfire Reborn comment for the stream. Yeah, Ember, Priz has been trying to get me to play Gunfire for years. With other people taking turns as well. It's in the backlog. No, just no timetable for that. Me? No. It's in the backlog, so it's a game. Yes. Just coping about near. Listen. I have no follow-up to that. But so much shield stuff just doesn't work without good shield steal or low cooldown action skill. Yeah. I really want to do some more shield-centric stuff on Amara, but she just doesn't have the support for it in her kit. Which, I guess I'm fine with the idea of not every character can do everything, but, like, it would have been cool. You can tell me you've dropped it. I haven't. Like, I do want to finish it, it's just... Redux has been enjoyable the whole time. Whereas I hit a couple points where Nier wasn't enjoyable, and I know I'm gonna get to the enjoyable stuff, it's just I'd have to stop doing this other enjoyable stuff, you know? It's not a, hey, I'm done with this. Like, with the Dragon Age series playthrough, I took a couple weeks off from that. And then I went back to it and finished it. Lies. He's unraveling, chat. Maybe I should add a red suit to my Moes and go for your Outer Nines. The thing with that, Irish, is your fire bonus elements will still kill you. Red suit, in my opinion, is first and foremost an Amara shield. Because Amara has her Purple True Capstone, which turns off the downsides of using radiation as an element. And Amara has ways of maintaining bonus elements for a bunch of her outlets of doing damage that don't inflict it on her. And that's what my Pestilence build does. That has world record in one takedown and second place in the other. Red suit is like most synergistic with Amara, if you ask me. Your month off checked earlier today? Yeah. Couple weeks for Dragon Age break, and Nier will just be a couple years break. No. I'm kidding. Should specify expecting the Iron Bear perks, blue and purple, mostly a tiny bit green for a gun damage build. Well, the thing about Moes is for a gun damage build, you do take Iron Bear perks. You take Stainless Steel Bear for a gun build, because it's action skill damage and that boosts your bonus elements. Like, not wrong. Good shield for Bloodletter. Yeah, amp shields in general. Mana Well is fantastic. Infernal Wish is fantastic. Version O.M is fantastic. You could do Super Soldier. Just good to amp shields in general. tell it's been a while since I've streamed BL3 because we're just talking about BL3 the whole time. I'm nothing if not self-aware. Free Bloodletter is a shield effect enabler. Remember how I said earlier that there's some persistent ideas that date all the way back to YouTube content made in 2019? Well, Bloodletter has always been most suited to enabling offensive effects from shields, and that's been its primary use case. But because there is a sizable amount of content being made saying, hey, you should use this to go all in on shield capacity, that has poisoned the well for 3 years now. That has never been a good idea with Bloodletter because shield buffer tanking in BL3 isn't good. It's an incidental byproduct of having better defensive effects. For example, Manawell and Beskar are the two best tanking shields in the game. They both give you sizable amounts of true damage reduction and happen to have decent shield capacity. It's the damage reduction that's doing the tanking. And Bloodletter's most optimal use case has always been, hey, what if that amp that only goes on one shot every once in a while was on every shot all the time?
You'll have to do better than that.
Mara gun, but instead of kick charger with bonus elements, she has Bloodletter, quickly applies full strength dots with 4 different kick chargers. Hell yeah, dude. Just extra 100%. Sorry, 125. What the fuck is O.M? That's 125? Or is that the 130? Fucking that. 125? Yeah. Or just do Wish. You get the extra projectile, extra dot application chance. Right? Extra indiscriminate instance? Like, strength over wish for dots? Yeah, fair enough then. Fair enough. Moses is the worst Bloodletter user, pains me, but yes. I mean, Russian offensive is pretty key. It makes it pretty easy to sustain. But it's far from the only way to do it. Salvation? Salvation is bullets only. Like, the fact that Russian offensive goes off grenades and dots is pretty good. Mara's healing with Bloodletter would be insane. Yeah, you have all of her passive healing. You have the option of Soul Sap. Because, like, you wouldn't need Expedite if you had always on topped off, if we're being honest. You, of course, have Sustainment. Yeah. Amara would be crazy with Bloodletter, holy shit. Bloodletter solves Amara cooldown. Yeah, because topped off.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
Bloodletter would compete with Stackbot for Gorillas in the Mist. Cursed sentence. Oh, jeez. Where'd you go? I've been horribly ignorant to how much Moe's existing bullies Stone. The most retired Moe's versus the most desperate Amara. The Amara player who knows exactly how much of a problem it is versus the Moe's player who gives the least fucks. Info wasn't gonna make me consider it. Wouldn't expect it to, buddy. Moe's even has some status stuff I'd love to have. Monkey's Paw, wish granted. You can have Explosive Fury from the Purple Tree. Doesn't that sound good? Same brain cell. Yep. The joke here for the unaware is that Moe's skill is status chance and status damage, and it's been bugged since its release and has literally never done anything. This isn't hyperbole, it just doesn't function. Trade for do unto others. Based. I missed. I don't get anything out of it. Maybe you can have do unto others short fuse. Is do unto others splash? How many organs for Limit Break? Limit Break being, what, 120% cooldown for applying status effects? The equivalent of someone walking into Pris's house and seeing a diamond sofa and Pris going, oh, the arms on it aren't great, so we just kind of use it as a shoe rack. Honestly, I'd rather have the space back. And then lighting it on fire in front of him. And then getting his cooldown refreshed from lighting the couch on fire. Boom, perfect. We're just gonna say that. We're in rare form today. Lighting a diamond sofa on fire. If anyone could do it, it'd be Mos. We need to stop saying the same shit. This is creepy now. Actual hive mind. We only hurt each other because it's a hive mind. We hurt each other out of a desire to hurt ourselves. That's very human. Some bros sharing the same brain cell. Who cares not for fire resistance? Hey, as Redux Clawbringer would say, resistance is futile. So what's the one stat that each BL3 character would want to steal from another character? Like, if you could pick just taking one stat from another character, Zane's gun damage does not count. That doesn't count. And, like, not bonus elements. Like, a stat. What are we thinking? I would take Amara's swap speed for Flak. That's what I would take. Testing something. I'm testing something stupid. Making sure I don't have melee damage on right now. Okay. Everyone wants Flax V1. Yeah. I mean, Zane might go a different direction. Because Zane has a lot of fire rate, so he can already get a lot of V1 on certain builds. I feel like Zane might go a different route. Sometimes. For, like, Hustler Racer, you take the V1, of course. Like, for regular old gun Zane, I don't know. Amara's elemental damage? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe Mose's action skill damage? I might do that. Or Amara's action skill damage, I guess I should say. Because she gets the actual stat. Because that would go to, like, Clone and all the other action skills. You stop rolling the same two enchants game? Okay, that's fine.
Are you prepared?
The sheer fuck of it, does Mose want Amara's action skill damage just because fuck you? Is do harm the same as SSB and RPMs? Yes. Do harm and Atman are the same as that. I never put the clothes I put in the wash before stream in the dryer. Fuck. That was 7 hours ago.
You didn't think I would empty, did you? Spare no pity for them. They were already. This
I'm gonna be cooking. Hope you're ready. Alright, what are you doing, Lenny? What are you doing? Is this the team with the Gyarados change? Let him cook. Yeah. Like, this is Stab-O-Matic right now. Not fantastic. We have a lot of fire rate, a lot of reload speed, a lot of gun damage. And we have some amount of melee damage. We have from myth rank. I forgot to take savagery, but I was gonna. And it doesn't update your melee damage when you equip it until your next map transition. So like, yeah, Stab-O-Matic needs some assistance still. Just confirming that. Those back over. My biggest struggles are dealing with Garganical, but Chestnut's pretty good into it. I'm tired of Gargan and Mungus. Well, Chestnut tells Amoongus to go fuck itself. If you have a Covert Cloak Mon, then Garganical doesn't do shit into it, right? Hang on, did that Sorterang just kill Lance from half? I wasn't paying attention. Chillmonger running Cape of Tides originally for Deadshot. Use Dark Magic spell, Shock Weapons, or Shock Spell, just any weapons. You have no reason to use a Dark Magic spell there. So, yeah, I'd take advantage of Soaked as much as possible. In that instance, Honey Bunny. What if Relevance resists fire? Yeah, just fire Malawan heavies, early phases of Hemo if it rolls fire. I guess armor technically resists fire, so Clear the Mind would be, yeah. Yeah, everyone wants Clear the Mind. Yep.
Arcane ammo!
We weren't supposed to do that attack yet. Master, you're going off script. Yeah, Sorterang still sucks. Good to know. Yeah, Sorterang still sucks. I wasn't sure briefly. Now I am. All the Trial of Survival speedrunners want Clear the Mind. It wouldn't be active for Skag unless you waited to kill ads, which I suppose you could. So I thought, especially because then if I run a shock spell, I'm not locked to shock weapons. Well, you're never locked to shock weapons, but yes. Black pet builds viable? How do you define viable?
Casting spells and loading shells.
That is the question. What is your threshold to clear to consider something viable? Clear a particular piece of content in a particular time frame? Like, what's the... Kill the game at endgame? You can clear the game with no guns equipped. You can clear the game with 0 skill points spec'd. All content. Like, that's not a real measure of viability by my personal standards, but if that's the threshold, then literally everything in the game is viable. Thunder Fury Chuck is okay. Not quite as satisfying as a lot of these others, but it's okay. You want to have fun with flat pets? I mean, you might, but at least in my experience, black pets are buggy. They require much higher of a threshold of investment than almost everything else in the game. They are stupid, as in unintelligent. There's not that much you can do to support them in terms of gear. And even when passing through all of those hoops, they are still inconsistent. So imagine putting the most effort you've ever put into a build, getting literally perfect gear mathematically, being in an optimal situation for your pet to do its thing, and it just deciding not to. Because that's what happens, except apply that to every enemy in the entire game. I'm not saying I would rather have a colonoscopy than play a flat pet build, but I would certainly consider my choices and weigh my options accordingly. Thinking about making Chestnut a Spikes user. That could go pretty hard. I like it. Black pet builds, even with Iron Bear damage, would be painful to play. The AI is just not it. You could give Flak pet builds, like, Chaos Bug Wonderlands levels of damage. They would still clear slowly. They would still clear incredibly slowly. Like, Warloader throwing a grenade is frequently presented as, oh, but flak pets can do this. Let's see it. Do it, then. Something that can happen is not something that will happen. Like, for example, you can, with no gear equipped except for a level 13 Minesweeper that has TDR fire rate and 2 elemental resists as the stats, you can then take your unmodified grenade, like as in no grenade mod equipped, throw that, crit, and then get a Minesweeper chain that deletes any enemy in the game. You can, but is it going to happen? No. Gamma Burst builds aren't worth it. Gamma Burst builds and pet builds are two different things. You did not say Gamma Burst build. You said pet build. There are some pet builds that run Gamma Burst. But there are lots that don't. Masher ARs feel a little off in this game. That's just me. I would need to do like some stat comparisons. I don't really have any opinions on that. Masher ARs and BL3 are off in terms of balancing because the Masher part is a massive penalty and it's not made up for. Like, the game doesn't account for it. It's not compensated properly. Masher pistols, in comparison, are quite good in Borderlands 3, and Masher pistols are quite good in Wonderlands. I don't know if they got Masher balancing right for ARs in this game. I've never actually looked into that, like done the math. But you could be right. I wouldn't know. Goblin's Bane. I was hoping. Hey, Echo Pincushion, finally. I guess we can do that another day. A green. A Chaos Emerald. Wouldn't Tinglu be better? As a Spikes user, probably. What's so hot about this fix? The temperature. It's boiling outside, Wisp. I'm gonna have to find some pants and go cook outside. I'm grilling some shit today. I like grilling, but finding pants and going outside. Ugh. Oh yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Long stream by accident, almost 7 hours, just because I don't stop talking. But I really enjoyed you guys hanging out. Thank you for all the support and stuff, as always. I plan on being live tomorrow. Chance of Wonderlands, but like I did get that BL3 challenge run idea in my head. Maybe that happens. I don't know. Let's see who's live. Pilot is doing some BL3. He's doing a triple roll Revolter farm. In conclusion, nerf everything in BL3. I'm a Chestnut super fan. Chestnut goes hard. Chestnut goes real hard. Yeah, let's raid Pilot. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. Pilot's a good dude. You guys probably already know him, but if you don't, you'll love him. Just a good guy in general. Plays lots of different games. We tend to share similar tastes in games, and he plays every lands game, and just, you know, good dude. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And fucking drink water, wipe your ass, do productive shit. Bye.
Yeah, wait for us now. Yo, dude, have a good day, buddy. Appreciate it, man. Abs up, Quack! Dude, how's it going, man? How you doing, buddy? Welcome in, everybody.